Chapter 2018. How was his swordsmanship? His swordsmanship was heavenly. Previously, he had been forced back 30,000 feet by the 12 immortals, including 4 sword immortals in the sky. However, in the end, only the peach blossom sword god returned with his sword. Dong Tai held the Taya sword in one hand and raised his other hand to knock on the door. He smiled and asked, "The guest has arrived. What should we do?" Finally, there was no movement from within the glorious gate of heaven. At this time, groom, you had already returned to Beimang City with the head of Zhongliang from Beimang. Su Yanbing asked for a horse from the Beiliang Frontier Army and left the city with his spear. Sword attendant Sui Hua left behind the young Wu family sword crown with heavy internal injuries. She wore armor and carried the ancient sword Su of Gojoseon on her back. She opened the path for the right-wing cavalry of Beimang City. Red Robe Suing and Lady Hihi rode on the same horse and hid in the left-wing cavalry. The grand battle of North Jiebei City's defense had finally begun. Hashtag. Ending chapter 1. There is no Central Plains, the 3rd year of Xiangfu, the end of autumn. The king's tent army that participated in the annual autumn hunt did not go south to Liangzhou Pass. Instead, they went north and returned to the capital of Biding. During the autumn hunt, His Majesty did not show up except for one night during a meeting in Painted Ash. Tai Pingling and Yelu Chukai accompanied him all the way. In the night, there were many palaces. In a small room that was far from being luxurious, the candlelight swayed gently. Not only did it not illuminate the room as bright as day, it added a bit of gloominess. This was probably the so-called, "the forest is too quiet." An old woman with a serene expression was lying quietly on her sickbed. She seemed to be reminiscing about the past and her youthful days. Beside the bed, Tai Pingling, who was the teacher of Beimang, sat on a small stool. He lowered his head and stared at the old woman with protruding cheeks. Her white hair was like frost. Li Mibi, who had single-handedly created the Beimang spiderweb, behaved even more strangely. He just sat on the threshold of the house. At this moment, the shadow prime minister, who had made countless Beimang nobles' hair stand on end, was truly like an old man past his prime, lonely and bitter. "Your Majesty, do you feel uncomfortable?" The magistrate of peace spoke calmly, without the slightest hint of nervousness or fear, nor the slightest hint of sorrow. Instead, there was a rare gentleness that was out of place at this time. The old woman didn't answer his question. Instead, she asked softly, "Are you wondering why I don't want to accept the gift from the celestial being, and why I don't want to live for another 4 to 5 years? Tai Pingling nodded, then quickly shook his head and said gently, "It doesn't matter." The old lady laughed it off and asked, "Do you think that foolish son of mine, with his heart higher than the sky and his life thinner than paper, will be able to take down the North resisting city with his 400,000 soldiers?" Tai Pingling answered cautiously, "As long as Tuoba Bodhisattva defeats Su Fengnian, the situation is set. Not to mention a dozen or so martial grandmasters of the Central Plains. Even 10 more would be useless. Even if Tuoba Bodhisattva loses, we may not lose. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry too much about the war." The old lady gently placed her hands on her abdomen, the corners of her mouth twitching slightly. "Worried? I'm not worried about the war outside Liangzhou Pass at all. After handing over the military power to Yelu Hongkai, I put it down. This child has been a wronged crown prince for more than 30 years. Let him be high-spirited for once. The relationship between mother and son, as well as the relationship between monarch and subject, can be considered as not owing each other anything. As for whether the flames of war will burn into Liangzhou Pass or spread to the southern dynasty, I'm a dying person. What do I have to worry about? What do I have to worry about? In my life, I think I'm the best at the word ease. The guilt I feel towards others doesn't last long. I can also let go of the regret I feel towards myself. In this life, the first half of my life was like walking on thin ice, but at least the second half of my life was comfortable and comfortable. It's quite good. Moreover, as a woman who wears the dragon robe and sits on the dragon throne, I'm the first person in all of history. Whether I'm remembered for hundreds of generations or infamy for tens of thousands of years, my name is destined to not be forgotten in the history of each dynasty. What great regrets do I have in this life? Probably none. It was rare for the old lady to be so long-winded, and it was even rarer for her to be so calm. The old man made a sound of acknowledgement. This chess and sword music school's Taiping commandant had angrily left the grasslands back then and went to the central plains of Liang to live in seclusion for 20 years. She had changed her identity more than 10 times, traveling north and south of the great river. She had seen all kinds of things in the world and studied the mountains and rivers to her heart's content. There were tens of millions of scholars in the world. Perhaps only the great demon Huang Sanjia, who had caused chaos in the spring and autumn period, was more read 10,000 books and traveled 10,000 li than this Beimang imperial tutor, whose real name had long been forgotten. The old lady took a deep breath and asked, if Zhao Bing and Chen Jibao work together, will they be able to fight their way north to the outskirts of Tai'an City? The old man nodded and said, definitely. If nothing unexpected happens, the two rebellious kings will purposely hold back their troops and wait for the battle between us and the Beiliang frontier army to be over. Otherwise, if they take the capital of Liang too early, they will be worried that we will retreat back to the grasslands. They are even more worried that we will simply abandon the territory of the Southern Dynasty and decisively retreat to Norland. Then, it will be the awkward situation when the Zhao clan of Liang unified the Central Plains. With the temperament of Yan King Xiaobing, he will not let his efforts go to waste. At that time, Su Fengnian will really be the next Beiliang, and Beiliang will still be the powerful Beiliang. It is not worth it. The only variable in the Central Plains is Gu Jiantang's Liang frontier army. He has 300,000 elite soldiers openly and secretly. If he grasps the right opportunity, he may become the Su Shao after the Battle of the Western Wall. Furthermore, Gu Jiantang will not let go of this opportunity. After all, Liang no longer has the wise and wise old emperor, Zhao Li. The world today is no longer the world of the past. At that time, Su Shao ruled by drawing rivers and was unpopular. However, once Gu Jiantang successfully takes over Tai'an City, he will comply with the will of the heavens. It will be very different. The old man saw that the old woman's spirit was still good, so he tried his best to be concise and to the point. The Central Plains is in troubled times. Among the generals, Liang's Lu Sheng and Su Gong are few and far between. They are outside of the storm and still have the opportunity to choose a tree to live in. Tang Tai's Huang and the others who are in Tai'an City will most likely end up in a more miserable state. As for the civil officials in the imperial court, the short-lived emperor Zhao Sun won't say much. Zhao Bing and Zhao Zhu, father and son, no matter who usurped the throne, would be willing to treat those scholars well. Only Chun Wang, the regular attendant of the left scattered cavalry, has an unfathomable future. The key is whether the new emperor is truly magnanimous or not. The old woman mocked herself. I gave up the chance to live for 4 or 5 more years just to not see that magnificent scene. Am I wrong? The imperial decree of peace said softly, "If your majesty," the old woman seemed to know what the imperial preceptor wanted to say. She smiled broadly and said, "Forget it. There is no medicine for regret in the world. I don't care for it." The imperial decree of peace smiled. Your Majesty is a true hero. The old woman suddenly said something off topic. Li Mibby, that woman can live, but she must not see the light of day again. Li Mibby, who was sitting on the threshold, was startled. He then said in a voice just loud enough for the emperor to hear, I understand. The old woman seemed to have remembered something. That Wang Du of the southern court who likes to plant plum blossoms, is he really a chess piece? Li Mibby raised his voice slightly. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I can still conclude that Wang Du is a hidden chess piece of Bailiang. The old woman sighed. Tide Listening Pavilion's Li Yishan is truly formidable. The imperial decree of peace revealed an expression of heartfelt admiration. He nodded. Indeed. Li Mibby asked, how should we deal with that Dongjubo king, Jingchong? The imperial decree of peace replied, his 10,000 private cavalry must have already joined up with the Yuzhou light cavalry of Yulwan's saber division. Presently, the southern court's military strength is weak. It's like a house with holes on all sides. Unless we send assassins in secret, we can't do anything to him. But this time, we'll borrow a knife to kill someone. With this Dongjubo, it'll only make the knife a bit faster. It's not a big deal. Li Mibby said indifferently. If your Majesty really wants him dead, I can personally take action. The old woman smiled. Forget it. The southern court is such a big place. Even if I offer it up with both hands, Bailiang's small cavalry would have to be able to swallow it up. Just let them make trouble. The old woman was clearly somewhat tired when it came to such a major military matter that involved the direction of Liang Mang's war. She also had some unconcealable vexation. She slowly closed her eyes. It was as if she wanted to live a life where the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. She didn't want to be unable to break away from those schemes when she reached the end of the path in the world of the living. The old woman forced herself to take a breath. Her tone suddenly became firm. Her wizened face no longer had the casual expression from before. I only have 3 things to tell you. Dong Zhuo must take Huayang Pass. Yelu Honkai must die before me. The Murong clan must leave behind their bloodline, regardless of gender. When she said the last sentence, the old woman laughed out loud for no reason. She was extremely happy. Superfluous. Then there are only 2 things left. The old woman turned her head for the first time tonight. She looked at the imperial decree of peace, who worked diligently and wholeheartedly for the country's court. She smiled and asked, you can be considered a scholar. Then tell me, is it that man proposes but God disposes, or God disposes but man disposes? The imperial decree of peace said calmly, it varies from time to time, from place to place, and from person to person. Man proposes but God disposes. In the end, there's no fixed number. The old woman withdrew her gaze. She didn't comment. She muttered to herself, a muddled account. There was a long silence. The candlelight in the room was still dim. The old woman murmured in a small voice, it's getting cold. You should all leave. I want to have a good rest. The autumn air was refreshing. If he didn't die now, when would he? The imperial decree of peace stood up gently and then bowed. The old man refused to straighten his back for a long time. He turned and walked out of the room. Li Mibby stood on the steps of the small courtyard, as if he was waiting for the imperial decree of peace. After the imperial decree of peace closed the door, the 2 old men stood side by side. Li Mibby sighed softly. There are still too many things that haven't been explained clearly. The imperial decree of peace didn't comment. Li Mibby suddenly sneered. If you leave too much blank, your authority as the imperial preceptor will grow. In the end, His Majesty didn't even leave a name list for the imperial preceptor. This is indeed what you want. Chapter 2019. As for the Beimang Empress's funeral, it was destined to be kept a secret. When the old woman refused to add oil to the celestial, she knew that she did not have much time left. Thus, she had informed the Taiping magistrate and Li Mibi that if she could not survive the Battle of North Jebei, she would use the excuse of being exposed to the autumn cold to let the Taiping magistrate handle all government affairs. She had already changed the people in charge of the big and small seals to the Taiping magistrate's trusted aides. When the Taiping magistrate said that she was a true hero, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Yelu Hongkai, an old official who had followed the orders of 3 dynasties, was bound to die. If it were not for Li Mibi, who could barely hold back the first master of the chess and sword music school, no one in the grassland could challenge her. It was very likely that the next ruler of the grassland would be in her hands. After all, the Empress did not mention who she wanted to inherit the throne. In her last words, she was still very cold to her son, Yelu Hongkai. My descendants are not like me. This sentence had been widely spread in the grassland. Fortunately, the word Shao was not replaced with filial piety. Otherwise, Yelu Hongkai would not be able to eat or sleep. After all, the mediocre descendants were not like the heroic ancestors. Each generation was worse than the last. This could be explained by the will of the heavens. To a certain extent, the reason why Yelu Hongkai could live until today and even control 400,000 soldiers was because of the weak crown prince is not like the iron-blooded empress. Otherwise, how could the cub survive when the 2 tigers fought? Li Mibi's words did not cause the Taiping magistrate's face to change at all. This old man, who had once said that he would use black and white to buy peace, was now thinking about the weight of some chess pieces. Crown Prince Yelu Hongkai was naturally not as mediocre and useless as people thought. However, the private meeting with Wang Du had caused the Crown Prince to completely lose the Empress's favor. The Empress had always thought highly of the youngest general in the grassland, Dong Zhuo. However, he was ambitious and difficult to control. Even the best person in the world could do the worst thing in the world if he became the Empress. The common people in the world could be divided into 2 types of people, the Empress and everyone else. Would Yelu Dongkai be unable to recover after losing the protection of his grandfather, Yelu Hongkai? Could the Murong family's treasured cauldron become the life-saving talisman for the entire Murong family? Could Tuoba Bodhisattva, the loyal guardian of the grassland, have also thought of wearing the yellow robe? After all, to Tuoba Bodhisattva, the presence or absence of his majesty made a world of difference. Taiping Ling finally came to his senses and turned his head with a smile. You Su Huainan, and I seem to have all lost. Li Mibi, who had never expected the Taiping order to say this, stared blankly for a moment. Then he put his hands behind his back and sneered. Everyone has their own way of living. Su Huainan's thoughts are the deepest. So his life is the most tiring. You're not any better. People who know how to play chess tend to have a strong desire for victory. I'm the only one who thinks the least and has the easiest life. Taiping Ling chuckled softly. You didn't think the least, but admitted defeat the earliest. The expressionless spy neither admitted nor denied it. The peace order sighed. I'll have to trouble you from now on. Li Mibi said, unhappily, it's my duty. What trouble? Taiping Ling patted Li Mibi's shoulder and joked. That's right. You're the kind of person who likes to hide and scheme against others. You should be enjoying it. Beimang's shadow prime minister, who was used to being alone, was obviously not used to the other person's actions. He frowned, but some of the depression in his heart dissipated. The night was dark. Outside the house, the 2 elders with the greatest authority in the grassland walked down the steps one after another and parted ways at the door of the small courtyard. After Taiping Ling had walked far away, he suddenly turned his head back. Tears streamed down his face as he muttered, Miss Morong, Miss Morong. On the sickbed in the house, the old woman gently grabbed an old mink coat on the side and covered herself with it. She slowly fell asleep. Her withered fingers gently brushed the mink coat. Just like that little girl whose face and peach blossom blushed, she was in a foreign country. The first time she saw that young man from Liaodong, she felt as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. The third year of Xiangfu, winter. The Central Plains were not stable. The situation in Guangling, Jiangnan, and North instantly took a turn for the worse. This was because the king of Shu, Qin Jibao, and the crown prince of Yanqi, Zhao Zhu, went to the tent of Wu Zhongshuan's army without any retinue. They persuaded the South conquering general, who held the title of Minister of War, to change sides again. The rebel army went up north. Lu Xingxiang, whose army was stationed in the south of the capital, fell into a perilous situation in the blink of an eye. When the Huangzi officials of the Great Peace Palace heard this shocking news, everyone panicked like ants in a hot pot. Tantanon, who had already resigned due to illness, had no choice but to participate in the court meetings again. Only then did the people calm down. In the middle of winter, the weather was cold and people's hearts were cold. A carriage slowly drove out of the Huan Manor and came to a dilapidated manor just a street away. The signboard had been taken down long ago, and it was an ownerless place. The old man carried 2 jugs of wine and walked down the carriage. He walked up the steps and reached out to tear off the seal on the door. There were a few Zhao Go spies hiding in the shadows. Although they were of high rank, they tactfully ignored him. The old man hugged the 2 jugs of wine to his chest and pushed open the door with great difficulty with one hand. The old man familiarly walked around the corridors and came directly to the study. Some books had already been moved away. Some were still left. The ones that were moved away were just collecting dust. It was just a change of location. There was still only 1 chair in the study. Thinking back to the past, in the court, other than Zhao Li and Zhao Dan, the 2 kings of Liyang, probably only he, Huanwen, could casually sit here and take over the place with a clear conscience. Huanwen walked around the empty study table and placed the 2 jugs of wine on the table. He used his sleeve to wipe away the thick dust before slowly sitting down. If it was in the past, that purple-bearded and blue-eyed man would be standing by the window. Tantanon looked at the window and said softly, Blue-eyed man, look, you threw away your responsibilities and left. You didn't get the peace and prosperity in your heart. You only got this messy situation. Don't you feel guilty? It's lucky you died early. Otherwise, you would regret it to death. The old man snorted coldly. It's lucky you weren't here. Otherwise, I really wanted to slap you on the head. I really wanted to slap you, not to scare you. The old man sank into silence. It was unknown whether Guangling Jidushi Lu Baijia was dead or alive. Administrator Wang Xiongui had been exiled for some reason. Whether it was his life or his reputation, he had escaped. In the end, he was about to return to the capital under the escort of Lu Xingxiang. In the matter of welcoming Wang Xiongui back to the capital, the Grand Peace City Court still had the leisure to argue. Originally, Wang Xiongui was the successor of Zhang Lu, the former Minister of Revenue, and the current administrator of the First Wei. It was natural that Sima Puhua, the Minister of Rights, would come out of the city to welcome him. However, the fall of Guangling Dao had caused half of the country to be ruined. Wang Xiongui was in dire straits. Even if he returned to Grand Peace City alive, his future days would be bleak. It was easy to imagine. The position of the Ministry of Rights Yamen in the Liang Imperial Court grew higher and higher. Right now, it was only second to the Ministry of Appointments, which was second only to the heavenly official Yin Maochun. Sima Puhua was worried that his reputation in the capital would be damaged. He was even more afraid that Wang Xiongui would implicate him and vent his anger on the young emperor. Naturally, he was not willing to personally take over the hot potato that was Wang Xiongui. The second in command of the Ministry of Rites, Jean Lanting, had publicly scolded Wang Xiongui many times at scholarly poetry gatherings. He would not come out of the city to welcome him. Thus, it was the pitiful right assistant minister Jiang Yongle's turn. In reality, the Liaodong scholar group that had recently risen in the court was determined to beat the administrator, who had always been close to the Jiangnan scholars. They wantonly proclaimed in Grand Peace City that Wang Xiongui could not bear the heavy responsibility. If Qi Yanglong hadn't made the final decision and stopped the increasingly fierce crusade, Wang Xiongui probably wouldn't have been greeted by the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, but by the officials of the Ministry of Justice with shackles. Huan Wen was used to the ebb and flow of the officialdom, so he didn't feel much about it. He just felt a little discouraged. In times of peace and prosperity, the civil officials' words were too extreme, just like the comments they made about the butcher Su Xiao during Yonghui's reign. It was harmless, and lame Su, who was far away in the northwest, didn't bother to make a fuss about it. But now was not the same as back then. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Huan Wen couldn't help but think of that young man, the youngest son of the blue-eyed man, Zhang Bianguan. He was said to be the son of the most distinguished official in the capital, but had no rank. He was said to be a good-for-nothing who didn't even dare to bully men and seize women. He was neither high nor low. The young man didn't rely on either side, so he didn't like to talk to anyone. Of the children of the blue-eyed man, only Zhang Bianguan was the one he liked the most. He wasn't afraid to see him and dared to make any jokes. Huan Wen heard that after Zhang Bianguan left the Zhangfu, he married a woman from a small family. He lived an ordinary life in the streets. What he liked to do the most was to wander around and watch those pigeons fly in the sky of Great Peace City, day after day, year after year. Unfortunately, in the end, this young man who stood aloof from worldly affairs had died. The old man opened a jug of wine, raised his head, and drank. He suddenly felt slightly sorrowful. The old man held the jug of wine and walked to the window. He pushed open the window and looked at the gray sky. It's late and it's snowing. Can I drink a cup? How could one cup be enough? A jug was just enough. The old man drank a mouthful of wine, wiped the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "Ha! You can't drink this kind of fine wine. You'll be starved to death." This Tantanon, who had been in a high position for 3 dynasties, sighed and said in a small voice, "I almost forgot you are someone who doesn't like to drink." The old man said, angrily like a child, "There is someone in the world who doesn't like to drink. Preposterous." Tantanon leaned against the window and looked at the desk. He took small sips of wine and quickly drank more than half of it. His eyes were slightly hazy, a little tipsy, but not completely drunk. This was the end of life. The old man seemed to see a scholar with a purple beard and blue eyes sitting upright behind the desk, looking at him with a smile. Chapter 2020. Tantanon remembered the time when he and that guy were young, studying the books of the sages together. He slowly raised the wine pot and laughed softly. "Don't think of the errors of Confucianism. Reading does not disappoint." That person seemed to reply, "In the morning I am a farmer. In the evening I ascend to the hall of emperor." Tantanon then continued to recite, "The court is full of Zhu Zigui, all scholars." In the end, the two recited together, "The emperor values heroes." Tantanon laughed loudly, not daring to look in that direction, afraid that he would not see that figure again in the next moment. The old man drank the last mouthful of strong wine in the pot, placed the pot on the windowsill, and staggered out of the study. Only my generation betrays the books of the sages. Since ancient times, the books of the sages have not betrayed me. On the desk, There was a pot of wine that no one drank. Since ancient times, the sages have been lonely. Only the drinker leaves his name. Unexpectedly, after Wang Xiongui returned to the capital, the emperor was not angry. Instead, he comforted this Guangling Confucian at the court meeting. However, after learning that the fate of Tangxi sword saint Lu Baijie was unknown and that he did not join the rebel vassal king Zhaobing, the young emperor seemed to be moved. After hearing this news, not only did the emperor, Zhao Zhuan, let out a sigh of relief. In reality, all of the court officials from the Jiangnan circuit felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Of the four great clans of Jiangnan, after Lu Daolin and Lu Baijie had successively become ministers of Liang, the Lu family could be said to have surpassed them and become the leader of the Jiangnan officials. Once Lu Baijie, as the leader of the southern party on the surface, betrayed the Zhao family of Liang, it was certain to be a disaster in the officialdom of Liang. Perhaps the three great clans of Jiangnan, who were of the same breadth and branch as the Lu family, more or less hoped that Lu Baijie would rather commit suicide than live an ignoble life of riches and honor. Taking a step back, as long as there was no news of Lu Baijie, it was definitely a blessing in disguise. In fact, after the incident of the spring snow building, the performance of the generals was too disappointing. Ji Zhou General Yuan Tingshan betrayed them. The old general of the spring snow building, Song Li, who had become a new nobleman of the Liyang imperial court by quelling the remnants of West Chu, a general with real power, had rebelled. Qi Shentz, a disciple of one of Guangling Dao's great clans, was a first-rate talent of Shangyin Academy. He had just made a name for himself when he turned traitor. Moreover, it was rumored that the three of them led a cavalry as the vanguard and were about to force their way into Lu Xingxiang's army south of the capital. It was not that there was no encouraging news. The newly appointed Jidushi Su Gong of the Lianghuai Dao had deployed troops to the south in preparation to form a north-south defensive line. He had already firmly secured several major passes and military towns, so that for the time being, there was no need to worry about Jingji's western gate. The two Jizhou deputy generals, Han Fang and Yang Huchen, each personally led their elite riders to gallop down south, coordinating with the newly appointed Jingan Jidushima Zhongxin in the north and south, so that the central plains north of Guangling River would not be in turmoil. The original Jidushi Kai Nan's adopted son, Kai Bai, under the strong recommendation of Administrator Han Lin, was promoted to Hezhou General. He quickly led troops to Jizhou to assist Su Gong, without any intention of shirking his responsibilities. They were both local generals who held military power. On one side, there were traders who wanted to help the dragon. On the other side, the wind knew the strong grass, and the board knew the loyal officials. After Wang Xiongui, who was temporarily still the Guangling Jidushi administrator, safely returned to his mansion, he did not accept his wife's suggestion to immediately wash away his bad luck. Instead, he summoned two of his housekeepers and separately invited two people who had not interacted with him for many years. One was the assistant minister of the Secretariat, second only to the current Grand Secretary, Qi Yanglong Zhao Yuling. The other was Yin Mao Chun, who was appointed as the Minister of Personnel from the Hanlin Academy. Wang Xionggui's two trusted housekeepers were greatly surprised. It had to be known that not only had their master made it clear that he did not have any contact with those two officials in reality, although the Crown Minister of Eternal Hui, Yin Mao Chun, and Zhao Yuling were relatives by marriage, their relationship had always been shallow. After the marriage alliance, they had even less private contact. Therefore, after the two of them left the deserted mansion, they both felt that they had made a wasted trip. However, the two of them did not expect that one person would come to visit right after they left, and his identity was prominent. Yuan Gua. They both came from the spring of Eternal Hui. They were both officials who had a bright future in Zhonglu. Furthermore, Yuanguo's talent in his early years was even greater than the top three in the imperial examinations, Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun. He had always been the junior that Tantanon favored the most. However, because Yuanguo's personality was too lax, his knowledge too high, and his talent too great, he was quickly surpassed by Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun in the officialdom. In the end, even Wang Xiongui and Han Lin left him far behind. He finally made a comeback after the eternal Hui auspicious talisman and became the minister of two ministries. Immediately after, because he did not agree with the emperor, he quickly left Graydon City and was demoted to the Tuliao Roads to be the deputy provincial governor. He did not accomplish much. Regardless of whether it was Gu Jiantang or the Prince of Jiaodong, Zhao Sui, neither of them paid much attention to Yuanguo. Even the two Liao scholars did not like this Mr. Nice Guy, who became less and less opinionated as he got older. Thus, Yuanguo's arrival in the capital did not cause any waves. However, the juniors who had been tricked into drinking by Yuanguo, this unscrupulous elder, since they were young, had a good gathering in Yuanguo's manor. Wang Xionggui's youngest son, Wang Yuanran, the most famous young master in the capital, had been abducted by Yuanguo when he first drank with prostitutes. For such trivial matters, the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Han Lin, who had always been gentle, courteous, and thrifty, had completely broken off relations with Yuanguo, this old and disrespectful fellow. However, after so many years, whether it was Wang Yuanran, this group of idle hedonistic sons, or Yin Maochuan's eldest legitimate son, Yin Chongqing, these ambitious young people, they all got along well with Yuanguo, who did not have the airs of an elder. When Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochun, these two important figures of the central government, came to Wang Xionggui's study one after the other, the five most outstanding young people of Zhonglu, other than Han Lin, who was far away in the northwest, were all gathered. After the four of them sat down, they were all speechless for a moment. As the host, Wang Xiongui raised his teacup and said with a light laugh, "I will use tea in place of wine. In the future, I will have to trouble you to take care of ZC." ZC was Wang Yuanran's courtesy name, a gift from Tantanon's Huanwen. However, the four of them all knew that there was another secret matter involved. In the beginning, Wang Xiongui had hoped that their teacher, Zhang Jiulu, would bestow him a courtesy name. However, Grand Secretary Zhang had never been interested in this type of icing on the cake, never opening his mouth to anyone. On the other hand, the knowledgeable Tantanon had always never refused anyone. Regardless of whether it was his colleagues in the officialdom or his scholarly friends, he would always accede to their requests. The reason why Tantanon's officialdom didn't collapse was probably because of this kind of bit-by-bit accumulation. In reality, back then, Wang Xiongui had only casually mentioned it. How could he have the extravagant hope that the Grand Secretary would make an exception for him? After all, back then, the young Wang Yuanran's reputation among the children of aristocratic families was something he, as his father, was well aware of. Perhaps not even the Grand Secretary would be willing to treat Wang Yuanran properly. Every year, during the first month of the new year, when Wang Yuanran and his older brothers followed Wang Xiongui to visit the Grand Secretary's residence, each time they would be like mice entering a cat's nest, definitely not daring to say a single extra word. No wonder Wang Yuanran's courage was so small. Just think about it. When the Grand Secretary's sons saw Zhang Jiulu, it was as if they were facing a great enemy, not even daring to breathe loudly. How could Wang Yuanran dare act rashly? Only for some reason, Wang Yuanran's courtesy name ZC really did come from Zhang Jiulu's writing. It was just that he found an opportunity to pass it on to Huanwen, not willing to make it public. Wang Xiongui was overjoyed at this turn of events. It really wasn't an exaggeration to say that he cried tears of joy. However, the Minister of Revenue, who was well-versed in the rules of officialdom, didn't dare make it public at all. Even when it came to his wife and son, he still didn't reveal the truth. Yuan Gua was the first to speak. What problem is there? ZC has turned over a new leaf and is no longer muddle-headed like before. This is a good thing. As an elder, of course, I have no reason to refuse. Then Yuan Gua turned his head with a smile toward Zhao Yiling and purposely asked, "Sir Zhao, is that right?" Zhao Yiling glared at this fellow, but when faced with Wang Xionggui's almost pitiful gaze, he nodded and smiled. No problem. Only Yin Maochun didn't speak. During the spring of Eternal Hui, Yin Maochun was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been raised as a prime minister by Li Yang's previous dynasty's imperial teacher, Yuan Bunshi. He was even more valued than the other person, Song Dongming. Yin Maochun, who had been in charge of the Hanlin Academy for more than a decade, was also the most famous official in the world who deserved the reputation of having students all over the world. In a sense, Yin Maochun had more potential than Zhao Yiling, who was for the time being slightly higher in rank and more powerful than himself. Wang Xiongui saw that Yin Maochun didn't speak, so he didn't force it. He didn't dare to force it. Unexpectedly, after Yin Maochun put down his teacup, he said sparingly, "Very well." Wang Xiongui suddenly said, "My teacher once said that scholars are duty-bound to rule the country. Scholars save the country are within their power, but scholars must not cause chaos." Yuan Gua made a sound of agreement. If I remember correctly, he did say that. Wang Xiongui was silent for a moment. At that time, the rebellion in West Chu was quelled. The three of you didn't see the chaos in the Jiang Temple in Guangling Path with your own eyes. You probably don't know that scholars are only willing to show the various states of the human world at the critical moment of life and death. Wang Xiongui laughed self-deprecatingly. After my dynasty quelled the spring and autumn period and unified the Central Plains, I revised the history books of the previous dynasty and always saw some jokes. Some said that the water was too cold and the well was too small. Some said that my house had 4 walls, no beams, no white silk. I didn't want to believe it before, but this time I had to believe it after seeing it with my own eyes and hearing it with my own ears. Wang Xiongui stood up and went to the window seat where the heavy snow was swirling. During the celebration banquet of the spring snow building, Chen Zhibao, Zhao Bing, and Nalen Yusi came together aggressively. There were thousands of rebel soldiers downstairs. Only Mr. Tang. She stood up and questioned Zhao Bing on the spot. And I, Wang Xiongui, am a second-rank official like Lu Baijia. Although I was angry, I didn't dare to say anything. Wang Xiongui turned his head and asked with a smile, "I've been thinking if my teacher was present at that time, what would he say and do?" Yin Maochun was lost in thought. Zhao Yiling smiled, but didn't say anything. Chapter 2021. Yuan Gua stroked his beard and said, "I think that Mr., who has never fought anyone in his life, will give Zhao Bing a good beating." Yin Maochun laughed for the first time without any fear. Zhao Yiling, who was also a grandmaster in the officialdom, also laughed. Wang Xiongui straightened his robes, turned to look out the window, and bowed solemnly. Yuan Gua sighed and slowly stood up. He also straightened his robes and bowed. Zhao Yiling and Yin Maochun looked at each other and smiled. They stood up at the same time and bowed as well. This was the matter of scholars. No matter what other scholars in the world think or do, I, Scholar Zhang Lu, cultivate my body, the Qi family, rule the country, pacify the world. At the border of the imperial city of Great Peace City, the door to a small courtyard was half closed. A blind young man and a maid who depended on each other were cooking wine in the snowy night. The maid called Xinghua said worriedly, "Young master, It seems that the outside world is becoming more and more chaotic. When I went to buy food, I heard that the 3 rebel kings fought their way here and almost ran into Assistant Minister Lu's army. The price of rice in the capital has risen a lot. If we don't stock up, it will be troublesome. The young man, who was dressed in white and smiled proudly at the nobles, said gently, "Don't worry, we won't starve. However, as long as one has food at home, one's heart won't panic." She wanted to speak, but stopped. In the end, she couldn't help but ask in a small voice, "Young master, can we defend? If the 2 border armies of Gudajo come down south to help, will we be able to quell the rebellion? But even I know that the king of Shu, Chenjibao, is very good at using troops. He is helping the king of Yen and the others. What should we do?" Lu Su, who was in charge of Liang, said softly, "The white-robed war saint chose to take in Wu Zhongshuan's army, not just because he wants to end the battle quickly. It also means that the scenery in the distance is not in Great Peace City, but Gu Jiantang's border towns." Xing Hua was confused. "Ah, what is he thinking?" Lu Suan joked. "Only God knows." She carefully handed a cup of hot wine to Lu Su. Over the past few years, the 2 of them had a tacit understanding. Although she was blind, she naturally took the cup. When Lu Su lowered his head to drink, she sighed. It's only been 20 years of peace, and there's going to be turmoil and chaos again." The corners of Lu Su's mouth curled up. "The 2 of us can be considered lucky to have just lived for 20 years. In the early years of Yonghui and this year's 3rd year of Xiangfu, the people of the Central Plains, the old people from the past, and the children now will all have to live in fear." She smiled. "You're right, young master." Lu Su turned his head and looked at the half-open door. He pursed his lips and looked calm. She looked at the side of young master's face, her eyes dazed. She didn't have any extravagant hopes. She only hoped that she could stay by his side until she saw her young master's hair slowly turn white, and her young master would never see her unbearably old appearance with white hair. Lu Su slowly turned his head and broke the silence. "I've already dismissed Spy Zhao today. You can say anything." Xing Hua hesitated. "Young master, do you occasionally feel lonely?" The blind young man smiled and shook his head. "I'm a virgin, happy and content." Xing Hua stuck out her tongue. "Young master, you're so calm and indifferent. You're really amazing." He mocked himself. The frog in the well talks about the sea. The worm in the summer talks about the ice. That's amazing. She didn't really understand, so she didn't say anything. Lu Su suddenly said, "I remember that there's spring water in my hometown. It's known as the 9th best spring in the world by the Dafeng dynasty's tea sage. If you pour the spring water into a cup, the water will not overflow. It can even float copper coins." Xing Hua widened her limpid eyes. "Is it really that magical?" Lu Su laughed. "Floating copper coins are definitely fake, but it's true that it's like drinking wine in a cup. If there's a chance, we can use the spring water there to boil wine." Xing Hua nodded her head vigorously. Lu Su raised his head slightly and whispered, "This spring is the most pleasant. The 18 spring seasons." She asked curiously, "Young master, who wrote this poem? It's quite good." Lu Su stretched out his finger and pointed at himself with a gentle smile. Xing Hua immediately said in a serious tone, "It's really a good poem." Lu Su pointed at her. "You're not very good at flattery." Xing Hua blushed. Lu Su gently opened his palm to the woman beside him. She felt as if she was struck by lightning. She was timid and gentle. Finally, she gathered her courage and stretched out her cold and slender hand and placed it in his palm. Lu Su held her hand tightly and said, "Xing Hua, I'm blind. In the future, help me look at those great rivers and mountains. If you see them, I will see them too. She choked and said, Young master, don't despise me for being stupid. Lu Su shook his head and said softly, I don't dare. Outside the house, the heavy snow fell on the world. Inside the house, the people were as warm as spring. The 4th year of Xiangfu, early spring. The last heavy snow at the end of last year had yet to melt. Jiaodong King Zhao Sui led his elite troops to the south. At the same time, Hezhou General Kai Bai's elite cavalry and Yang Huchen's and Han Fang's cavalry successfully merged. Jinggan Jidushi Ma Zhongxian announced that he had gathered 100,000 elite troops and was about to head east. These good news added a festive atmosphere to this year's first court meeting. After the court meeting, Sun Yin found Fan Zhongho in the crowd. He said that he had recently picked up an incomplete chess piece. It was true that he had achieved great success. His chess skills had skyrocketed. He would definitely be able to teach this 10th level chess Saint a lesson. Fan Zhongho was originally walking side by side with Song Kelly, who was also in the Hanlin Academy. The two of them had a good relationship. The young phoenix of the Song family, whose family had declined, had always been silent. Only Fan Zhongho, and he often talked at night. After hearing Sun Yin's provocation, Fan Zhongho smiled and agreed. They agreed to meet tonight at Sun Yin's house. Sun Yin repeatedly reminded this great national player to not forget to bring the liuji mutton from the horse stop. Fan Zhongho had to promise that even if he did not show up, he would not miss the mutton. Only then did Sun Yin give up. The top scholar of the last imperial examination, Li Jifu, ran all the way. When he reached Sun Yin's side, he was slightly out of breath. After being glared at by Sun Yin, Li Jifu smiled shyly. Li Jifu's appearance was average, and his temperament was dull. He had always been ridiculed as one of the bottom 3 candidates in the Liyang imperial examinations. He was neither a distinguished scholar nor a military strategist, not to mention the distinguished and outstanding leader of the Yonghui's court officials, Yin Maochun. He was far inferior to the second-place Gao Tingshu, Tanhua, Wu Congxian of the same imperial examinations. His family background, his career prospects, and his prospects in the capital were all like this. Li Jifu had done nothing for 3 whole years and was not famous. Now, they were about to welcome the next court examination. Even though there were no results, Qin Guanhai from last autumn's autumn assembly had surpassed Li Jifu in both style and bearing. Qin Guanhai, of a noble family, was already famous in Great Peace City. With the help of Jin Lanting, Gao Tingshu, and the others, Li Jifu naturally became a supporting character. Occasionally, he would be mocked and ridiculed. The only thing that attracted attention about Li Jifu, this honest person, was that he was willing to be a follower of the Beiliang's mad scholar, Sun Yin. For no reason, he would go find Sun Yin, who had just been transferred to the Ministry of Rights. Every time he left court, he would follow behind Sun Yin as if he would not be at ease if he did not do so. The civil and military officials of the court were used to this. On the other hand, Sun Yin was a person who did not stop. After the debate at the Imperial College, he quickly lost his position. Within a year, he had been transferred from the Ministry of War to the Ministry of Rights. Not long after, he was scolding a minister, second assistant minister, and third Longzhong. The only remaining Longzhong, who had luckily escaped, was chased and questioned by the leaders of other ministries every time he went to court. Questions such as, Longzhong Ma, who blocked the door and scolded you yesterday, will you be able to escape today? Official Ma, you have to hold on. I bet that you will be fine this month. Whether or not you can get your salary next month depends on you. Soon, Assistant Minister Ma inexplicably became a well-known figure in the court. It was enough to show the arrogance of the minor official of the Ministry of Rites, Sun In. At dusk, in the small house rented by Sun In Kwangren, the two people playing chess were not Fan Zhongho and Sun In Kwangren, who boasted of his godlike chess skills. Instead, it was an ordinary scholar from outside the country who was playing chess with the world-famous Xiangfu chess sage. Moreover, after more than 60 moves, the former was still not at a disadvantage. Those who knew about Fan Zhongho's powerful chess skills knew that this was not an easy feat in the contemporary Go world. Fan Zhongho, who was publicly recognized as the Fanzi, had already surpassed the West Chu's Guosher, Li Mi. It was very likely that he would be able to catch up with Huang Sanjia and Chao Chongqing. Therefore, there was a humorous saying that Su Weisheng is not in the capital. Fan Zhongho is within one arm's reach. The national players of Liang Go waiting for the imperial edict were thoroughly convinced of their loss. Among them, Yuan Mei, the famous Go master of the Peach Spring Go manual, admitted that Fan Zhongho's invincibility was a misunderstanding. It was only because no one in the capital was truly able to drag the game into the middle game. In addition to Sun In and the two players, Li Jifu and Song Kelly, were also in the room. Sun In was squatting on a small stool, holding a large plate of peanuts in his hands. A gentleman would watch the game without saying anything. Sun In, who was not good at Go, would watch the game and talk nonsense. Fortunately, the young scholar did not listen to his advice at all. Song Kelly did not watch the game. He was flipping through an ancient book that Sun In had picked up from somewhere. Li Jifu, who had no chair to sit on, squatted directly next to Sun In. Occasionally, he would pick up a peanut from the plate and chew it slowly. If he picked it up too quickly, Sun In would slap it away. Li Jifu could only look resentful. After more than 80 moves, that young scholar threw in his chess piece and admitted defeat. Even though this person's strength was already extremely shocking, the only flaw was that no matter if it was the pick or the placement of the chess piece, his posture was too unpresentable. It had nothing to do with that confidence and ease. Fan Zhongho raised his head and looked at his peer who was staring down at the game. He asked gently, "Brother Lu, may I ask how long you have been learning Go?" Chapter 2022. The young man surnamed Lu raised his head and smiled. "Less than 3 years. I only learned it after I came to the capital for the imperial examinations. I haven't played much. After my good friends left the capital last year, no one was willing to play chess with me." Fan Zhongho smiled bitterly. "Brother Lu is like a god on the chessboard. Amazing." Sun In laughed heartily. He felt even happier than when he had defeated Fan Zhong. This scholar with the surname Lu, who was going to take the imperial examination, was only able to obtain this residence after much effort. Even so, if it were not for Sun Yin's identity as Northern Liang, this fellow would most likely not have come to stay here. The young man's surname was Lu, and his name was Huai. He was also from Beiliang and was the only scholar to participate in the autumn exam last year. However, his ranking was very low, and he could barely participate in the court exam. If it were based on the results of the exam, he would definitely be a Jinsher. However, Lu Huai could not be considered unknown because there was a middle-aged scholar surnamed Zhang who had helped Lu Huai copy scriptures at the entrance of the Imperial College. After Lu Huai settled down here, he lived in seclusion and devoted himself to studying. When Sun In was studying in his hometown of Beiliang, he was already known for his outstanding writing skills. At that time, even Yao Baifeng, who was the left chancellor of the Imperial College, this kind of leading literary figure, was willing to make a name for himself. Later on, Tantanan Huanwen, who sat firmly on the top seat of the Secretariat, had also personally verified this matter. He had no choice but to teach Sun In to be low-key while pinching his nose and saying angrily, "This child won the imperial examinations it was easy for him to win. Lu Huai was preparing for this spring's court examinations, so he naturally benefited greatly. In addition, even though Lu Huai's personality was strict, he wasn't arrogant. He spared no effort in seeking advice. There were several times when he burned the midnight oil to read something that he couldn't understand, so he would remember it one by one. Then he would wait until early in the morning, when Sun Yin, who had to attend the morning court, woke up and opened the door, and then he would ask questions one by one. However, even though Sun Yin would answer all of his questions, the rather grumpy Sun Yin would still scold Lu Huai a few times. "You're more diligent than Li Jifu, but your aptitude is a bit lacking. You can't even compare to that idiot Li Jifu," and so on. If he wasn't so grumpy when he woke up, he would also pat Lu Huai's shoulder and say a few words of encouragement. "It's fine. Your writing is on par with Li Jifu's, so it's not too embarrassing. After all, you guys aren't me, Sun Yin." Lu Huai and Li Jifu, the likes of which only appear once every 10 years, but Sun Yin, only once in 100 years. Brother Lu Huai, the ability of a scholar doesn't depend on the court examinations. Yin Maochun was the Zhuangyuan, right? But what rank did his esteemed teacher, our Grand Secretary Zhang, get in the court examinations? Look at Li Jifu. Didn't he also become the top scholar? How can he be compared to someone like me, who didn't even participate in the court examinations? Li Jifu, who often stayed here, would always smile and not say anything. Motherf *her, although Li Jifu's career wasn't smooth, his essays for the imperial examinations were truly flawless. 3 years ago, a certain senior top scholar admitted defeat in public and said, "How lucky am I to not participate in the court examinations in the same year as Li Jifu? How unlucky am I to be the second in the imperial examinations?" Luckily, Li Jifu didn't refute him. At first, Lu Huai thought that the gentle brother Li only had the same name as the top scholar in the first year of Xiangfu. When he found out the truth, he had no choice but to persuade Sun Yin not to laugh at brother Li in front of him. However, Sun Yin waved his sleeves and said, "There are countless people who have been scolded and humiliated by me, Sun Yin. However, there are only a few people who Sun Yin, reluctantly acknowledge. Li Jifu is happy. Why would he be angry?" Lu Huai, who got along well with Li Jifu after meeting him, was so angry that he almost moved out of the house. However, Li Jifu stopped him. After a heart-to-heart talk, Lu Huai returned to the house. After half a day, Sun Yin finally managed to suppress his impulse. However, it was obvious that he was holding back a lot. In the end, Li Jifu forced Sun Yin to swallow back the words he was about to say. He scratched his head and smiled. "Brother Sun, I'll say it if I want to. If you're uncomfortable, I'm even more uncomfortable." Sun Yin pointed at Li Jifu and looked at the helpless Lu Huai. He said proudly, "Did you hear that?" After interacting with Sun Yin for a long time, Lu Huai, who had learned a lot of unconventional catchphrases, couldn't help but mutter, "There's no justice in this world. There's no law in this world." Therefore, the three of them got along harmoniously. Lu Huai also knew that Li Jifu was truly talented. Most importantly, he had an even rarer, neutral, and peaceful temperament. He had no arrogance and was proud to the bone. He was definitely not the kind of person who appeared to be loyal but was actually treacherous. Today, Lu Huai only knew that Sun Yin had a chess friend who came to his house to play chess. When the two guests arrived, Sun Yin didn't introduce himself. He only said that if he won, he would bring him and Li Jifu to the restaurant at the end of the street. They would eat a lot of fish and meat. With Sun Yin's salary in hand, he would be able to compete with Kong Fong brothers. If it wasn't enough, he could even put it on credit. How could the name Sun Yin not be worth tens of thousands of taels of gold? Therefore, Lu Huai only knew that one of them was surnamed Song, and the other was surnamed Fan. At this time, when he heard the young man with the surname Fan praise him as divine and amazing, Lu Huai's expression became a bit strange. He was just a layman who had unintentionally learned how to play chess. Wasn't it inappropriate for him to praise him like this? Noticing Lu Huai's gaze, Fan Zhanghe felt helpless. He wasn't Sun Yin and didn't have the face to announce his name. Sun Yin was even more delighted. He grabbed the last handful of peanuts on the plate and gave half of them to Li Jifu. After getting up, he shook his robe and said with a smirk, "Lu Huai, do you know who this guy is?" Fan Zi of the chess world, the 10th Dan chess saint, the #1 national player of our dynasty, second to Chao Guanzi, the famous Huangmen of the Hanlin Academy, Fan Duanxian. Fan Duanxian, pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, such a big nickname, being shouted out by Sun Yin. Even Song Kelly, who was reading a book in the distance, couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Fan Zhanghe put his hand to his forehead. Lu Huai wasn't stupid and quickly understood. He got up and bowed. "Lu Huai thanks Mr. Fan for the guidance." Fan Zhanghe quickly got up and bowed back. "It's just a friendly match. I don't dare to give you any advice." Sun Yin rolled his eyes and turned to Li Jifu, saying, "See, sour scholar. 2. Before Li Jifu could speak, Sun Yin sighed and said, "Including you, 3. But before Sun Yin could continue, Song Kelly said, "Brother Sun, you don't have to praise me. Including me, 4. Sun Yin said bluntly, "Song Kelly, it's not that I want to criticize you, but since you're close to Yin Qiji, you can be considered as a friend of a gentleman. Why do you care about those gossips?" Sigh. In the end, it's young Mistress Fan who has taken advantage of you two. Song Kelly, who was holding the book, took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Sun Yin was still unwilling to let the matter rest. He nagged, "Song Kelly, you must know that the more you know, the lighter you become. What a beautiful couple. Don't waste the Moon Elder's red string. Because of you." Lu Huai and Li Jifu looked at each other. Was there really something going on here? Fan Zhanghe, who knew what was going on, tried hard not to laugh. Song Kelly raised the rare engraved ancient book in his hand. 300 taels of silver. Don't let it get burned. It's not even worth 30 taels. Sun Yin quickly gave him a thumbs up and praised, attacking the enemy's base directly. "You use your troops like a god. I'm impressed." Song Kelly snorted and continued to read. Lu Huai asked tentatively, "Mr. Fan, can we play another round?" Fan Zhanghe nodded with a smile. "Just call me by my name." The two sat back down and continued to play. Sun Yin, who was bored to death, lost interest in watching the game and could only stare blankly. Li Jifu didn't have much interest in playing chess, and his chess skills were average. However, he still enjoyed watching the game between two masters. As for his chess skills, he was naturally much better than Sun Yin. Sun Yin muttered to himself, "It's a pity that Qin Xiaobao and Yin Qiji aren't here. Otherwise, all the guys I like would be in the same nest." Lu Huai was very focused on playing chess. In fact, Lu Huai was always so focused, whether he was reading or doing things. Fan Zhanghe, who had played chess countless times, was also the same. It could be said that when he placed a piece, even thunder wouldn't move it. Song Kelly thought for a while. Only Li Jifu smiled. He was very happy. It was very strange. Although he had known Sun Yin for a long time, there had never been any heartfelt words between the two of them. Sun Yin always liked to be lost in thought, and his mind would often wander. Li Jifu also rarely took the initiative to talk when he was beside Sun Yin. He usually just quietly read and thought about the big and small things in the officialdom and the high and low people in the yamen. Sun Yin said to himself, "Actually, Fan Zhanghe is very competitive, and can let go of things easily. He's really suitable to be an official. He's not suitable to play chess. First, he should wander around places like the Imperial Academy and Imperial College. He's not afraid of being slow, but he's afraid of being fast. Young Chicken Song. Oh, that's not right, Young Chicken Song. What about Young Chicken Song? She is courageous and diligent. She will be an assistant minister for 3 years, a minister for 5 years, and a grand secretary for 10 years. Oh, that's not right. Sun In will be the grand secretary for 10 years. Song Kelly, you should just be a minister obediently. As for Lu Huai, don't be stuck in a pile of books. Being a teacher won't be a big deal. At most, you'll be given an average posthumous title. What Wenjia Weni Wenda? How is that a posthumous title? It's just cursing people. As for Li Jifu, you'll have to make do with cultivating in the government. Remember to burn incense and pray to Buddha when you're free. If you're lucky, you'll be able to get a third-rank assistant minister or a provincial governor. If you're unlucky, you'll have to borrow money from me. I don't think you'll be able to marry a decent wife. Li Jifu nodded solemnly. Well, it seemed that this top scholar took it seriously. Song Kelly shook his head again. Before the night ban in the capital, Fan Zhongho said goodbye to Song Kelly. Lu Huai got up and walked him out. Li Jifu left the house later. Lu Huai helped him carry the lantern to the corner of the alley before handing it to him. Chapter 2023. Lu Huai clearly saw this scholar holding a lantern in one hand and blocking his view with the other as his shoulders trembled slightly. Before leaving, Sun In picked up the book that Song Kelly had placed on the table and threw it to Li Jifu, who was about to leave. He said angrily, "I'll lend you the book. Friendship is friendship, but you have to return it. The shortest is 3 years. The latest is 5 years. I'll count the days with my fingers. If you don't return it, I'll carry a bucket of dung to your door and pour it. It's up to you to believe it or not. Don't be so wishy-washy. Get out of here." In the night, Li Jifu walked further and further away. Then he walked faster and faster as he strode forward. In reality, for some reason, this scholar had been borrowing money from his colleagues recently. However, he gritted his teeth and did not ask for Sun Yin's help. It was said that his family had sent a letter to the capital and urgently needed a large sum of money to get through this difficult time. However, most of Li Jifu's family naively thought that Li Jifu, who had brought honor to his ancestors, was fated to have a meteoric rise in Jing. They did not know that it was not easy to climb up the ranks of great peace cities' officialdom. If Li Jifu had not been the number 1 in the first rank, and had only been a slightly higher-ranking Jinsher, perhaps his days would be much better than now. At the very least, he would have more money and more friends. Taking a step back, even if it was a second-class grand scholar who was sent out to other places or a fellow grand scholar who was lucky enough to fill the vacancy immediately, the good ones would be the officials who ruled over a region. As for the bad ones, it would be difficult for them to remain uncorrupted. However, Li Jifu was the top scholar and had no family background. Moreover, there were no seniors in the bureaucracy to help him. How could Li Jifu become a dragon in a storm? He should have been suppressed by the seniors in the capital. Therefore, Sun Yin's unintentional words of suffering hit the nail on the head. However, no matter how difficult it was, Li Jifu was still the top scholar. As long as there were not too many twists and turns in his future career, it would be smoother and smoother, not to mention an extremely high official. With the generosity of the previous emperors of the Liang dynasty, there had never been a top scholar who died halfway. At the very least, he had managed to become a 4th-rank official. In that case, after 3 to 5 years, Li Jifu would definitely be able to fork out the money for a printed book. if Li Jifu secretly sold the book. Even if he sold it cheaply, he would still be able to get 200 taels of silver. For Li Jifu's family, this was a huge hurdle. As long as they had this amount of silver, they would definitely be able to cross it. Mad Scholar's son In. Since he was able to become the best scholar in Liyang, how could he be someone who only knew how to read? Was he really ignorant of the ways of the world? It was impossible. Lu Huai returned to the house with mixed feelings. Looking at Sun In, who was flipping through a book with one leg crossed over the other, Lu Huai said softly, "Even though I know it's unnecessary, I still want to thank you on behalf of Brother Li." Sun In didn't even turn his head as he said indifferently, "You're thanking me on his behalf? Ha! Be careful that the blockhead, surnamed Li, doesn't care about your feelings in the future." Lu Huai said calmly, "Brother Li and I are friends of gentlemen. Although the taste is not as good as wine, wine can quench one's cravings and water can quench one's thirst. I don't wish to have any dealings with Brother Li. Since that's the case." Sun In interrupted Lu Huai's words. "Wrong, very wrong. Do you know why in history it seems that in the fierce political struggles of the past dynasties, the true gentlemen always lose miserably, while the hypocrites can win again and again?" Lu Huai was about to speak when he was interrupted by Sun In again. This mad scholar stared at the oil lamp and said tirelessly, "You don't know? Even if you think you know now, it's still wrong. Gentlemen like to call themselves friends and not party. The true gentlemen foolishly take it as a standard and really do so. You have to know that on the way to the top, the biggest taboo is to appear to be full of friends, but in reality, be alone and without help. When in trouble, especially when the emperor is annoyed, the assistance of the gentleman beside you will often backfire. Why? Because they don't know who the biggest donkey in the world is. It's actually the hypocrites who are willing to throw away their face, and the true villains who have the guts to bet all their belongings on the gambling table to win big with a small amount that can help turn danger into safety. Speaking of which, don't think that the hypocrites and the true villains are empty scholars. Let me tell you, whether a scholar's moral conduct is noble and unsullied or not, it has a certain relationship with how many books they have read and how much fame they have obtained, but it definitely has nothing to do with it. Let me ask you, Song Kelly's father and grandfather, the two masters of the Song family, who enjoyed fame overseas during Yong Hui's reign, this old man's Song, how is his handwriting? He's a first-class master. Who knows, maybe several hundred years later, there will still be countless scholars painstakingly copying and practicing. Is little Master Song's writing good? Of course it can't be better. There's nothing he can't master in poetry, song, and prose alone. I'm guessing that 1,000 years later, when there's a ranking of the top 10 masters of prose, Song Kelly's father will still have a place. But if this father and son pair can't maintain their integrity in their later years and ultimately lose their reputation, it's only because the old Grand Secretary Zhang Julu is dissatisfied with their position as the overlord of the literary world. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Do you, Lu Huai, really believe it? Sun In, don't believe it, or to be more accurate, I only believe half of it. This matter needs to be discussed in depth, broken down into pieces. You'll have to listen to me until daybreak, because it involves too many secrets of the imperial court, the trend of the imperial examination in Liang, the rise and fall of the literary vein in the world, the direction of public opinion in Jiangnan, the serious problems of the two departments of civil service and etiquette, and so on and so forth. I reckon you'll have a headache just listening to it. Lu Huai stood in place, dumbstruck. Sun In was still crossing his legs, swaying back and forth. He chuckled and said, "As long as you enter the imperial court, there won't be many people who truly share the same ideals, right? But you have to remember one thing, whether you're an official in the capital or a local government, the number of chairs in the officialdom is fixed. Once you sit down, there will definitely be a few people missing. The feud in the officialdom is far greater than in the Jianghu. This famous saying was said by a certain great writer. Yes, it was me, Sun Yin. When your position is high enough, there will be fewer and fewer chairs. It's even more so. Scholars with great ambitions, if they don't lose their original aspirations in the ups and downs of the officialdom, will only become more and more painful. This is because if you want to let go of your hands and feet to fulfill your ambitions, you need to have a large group of colleagues and subordinates to work with you. You have to take care of all aspects of interests. To give a simple example, if an opponent in the officialdom splashes dirty water on you, even if the emperor doesn't care, what if half of the capital follows suit and speaks ill of you? Or perhaps half of the scholarly circles blindly follow suit. What's even more frightening is that when the time comes, even the common people will follow suit and scold you. What will you do? Scold back. You're a gentleman who's well-read and virtuous books, and you're already an official of the imperial court. If you scold someone in front of them, you'll lose all decorum. Furthermore, you'll also ruin the emperor's impression of you. What do you need to do? Do you want to form a clique or not? Do you want to build a Zhang hut? Do you want to be the leader of the Green Party? Lu Huai, ask yourself honestly. I can't give you an answer. I just want to tell you that if you want the state affairs to be smooth and the politics to be clear, you will inevitably encounter all kinds of drawbacks that will eventually block the path of the court. And the drawbacks come from the corrupt government. It may also be that the good government is corrupted by the evil, or it may even be that the officials who don't do anything are indifferent. People who talk empty talk are the most carefree. People who do things are the most scolded. The world is bustling with activity, nothing more than profit and gain. Finally, I'll tell you a sad truth. The reason why Zhang Julu sought his own death was because he saw that the sons of the aristocratic families who control the imperial court are used to wealth, no matter how much they value money. If they have the same temperament and character, the former will definitely not be as good as the son of the aristocratic family, who rose to the top. I'm not saying that everyone is like this, but it's definitely not a small number. Let's ask the latter. After suddenly becoming rich, even if he can keep his hands clean, will there be people in his family who will ask for too much? Will they use their power to bully others in the local area? Will they become a tyrant who runs amok in the local area? Of all virtues, filial piety is the most important. After becoming an official, how many people dare not recognize their unbenevolent and righteous parents? Brothers are friendly and respectful. The elder brother has helped you all the way to become a talent. If he says he wants to marry a wife and take in a concubine, and wants thousands of acres of fertile land, will you agree? If the husband and wife treat each other with respect, if the wife's family member commits crimes and is exposed, do you dare to let his head roll on the ground? Are you willing to see the wife who shares the same bed as you wash her face with tears every day? You've been studying with the same hometown for many years. If you're rich and he's not famous, he's begging for a small official position. If he's really talented, but his fate is not good, how will you deal with it? If you're rich and prosperous together, and your children marry into a family, but in the future he's corrupt and harms the country, and comes to you to give him a way out, his close friends and dozens of family members, including the scholar you gave his courtesy name to, and the young child who recognized you as his god-grandfather, but all of them are hanging by a thread. What will you do? Sanin finally stopped talking. Probably because his mouth was dry from talking, he began to rummage through the chests and cabinets to find wine to drink. Lu Huai was dumbfounded and sweated profusely. Sun Yin finally found a pot of green ant wine. He raised his head and drank to his heart's content. Then he glanced at Lu Huai and said with a smile, "I'm not afraid of the rich being unbenevolent. If those guys die, so be it. If the tall building collapses, so be it. I, Sun In, may even take the initiative to find trouble with them. But the words poor and evil, poor people have low aspirations. Are you afraid? I, Sun In, am afraid. He, Zhang Jilu, is even more afraid. Lu Huai did not move or say a word. Sun In walked up to him and waved his arm in front of Lu Huai's eyes. What's wrong? Scared silly? Lu Huai's eyes were red, and there were faint tears. Sun In passed the wine pot to the Beiliang scholar and joked, Don't be afraid. Drink to calm your nerves. Lu Huai shook his head and smiled bitterly. I better not drink. I've never drunk wine before. Sun In rolled his eyes and withdrew his hand. He went to sit on the threshold and said with a cheeky smile, All right, then I'll enjoy the good fortune alone. Lu Huai sat quietly beside him. In early spring, when the cold and snow melted, it was the coldest to the bones. Sun In said to himself, Let's take 10,000 steps back and say that a person who has no relatives or friends, who has no ties, and who finally has a high position one day, is he willing to do small good things? And is he afraid of doing small evil things? In any case, I, Sun In, am not willing to do these two things, but I'm also not afraid of doing them. Lu Huai sighed. Chapter 2024. Sun In had always been a fast drinker. He swayed the expensive half-flask of green ant wine and sighed, My head hurts. My ambition is too high. I see too clearly. I think too clearly. So I, Sun In, am even lonelier than you idiots. In the future, I won't waste my green ant wine with a fellow Beiliang like you. Lu Huai said softly, I've thought it through. I still want to be an official. Sun In immediately scolded jokingly, Son of a bitch, you're even more stubborn than Li Jifeng. When did I not let you be an official? If you don't become an official, how will you help me, Sun In, in the future? Lu Huai said sullenly, But I only want to be an official for myself and do things for Beiliang. This time, it was Sun Yin's turn to be stunned. After a long silence, Sun In stood up, put down the flask of wine, and walked towards his room. He seemed to be talking to himself. It seems that you've really thought it through. Then I didn't drink the wine for nothing. I didn't speak for nothing. Lu Huai hesitated, and then picked up the wine flask. He sniffed and turned his head to ask, I drank it? With his back to Lu Huai, Sun In reached out a hand and bent his little finger. There are about 3 mouthfuls of wine left. Just treat it as you owe me 3 taels of silver. Seeing that we're fellow Beiliang, I'll only take 6 taels of silver from you. Lu Huai asked, How did you calculate this? Sun In walked into the room and suddenly closed the door. He said loudly, I, Sun In, am #1 in the world in terms of craftsmanship. My ability to kill acquaintances is #2 in the world. Lu Huai turned around and took a small sip of the green ant wine. He shuddered. From then on, Great Peace City had another drunkard. However, many years later, the young drunkard did not become an old drunkard. Instead, he became a wine immortal. The 4th year of auspicious charm. The spring flowers bloomed. Beiliang's Huayang Pass was located at the border of Dragon Way State to the north. A little girl with a sable forehead and a Xianbei jade buckle on her waist was leading a crimson colt that looked like a ball of flame, slowly walking on the vast grassland. She looked like she was carved from jade, and could probably be called a top beauty in the world. Behind her were 3 old-fashioned guards. One was at the Finger Xian realm, one was at the Vajra realm, and one was at the 2nd grade master realm. On this tranquil grassland that was destined not to have any war, just the lineup of these 3 people was enough to make people speechless. It should be noted that right now, Liang Meng was in the middle of a war, and all the experts and grandmasters had already moved out in full force. The local snake that crossed the river, the 1,000-year-old tortoise under the pond, had all followed the 400,000-strong army to the north resisting city. For a child who looked like he was in his teens to have 3 retainers, it could be seen that his status was illustrious. In fact, it was not only the 3 top experts. Behind the 4 of them, there were also 600 to 700 armored elite cavalry and dozens of assassins who were lurking in the dark. Finally, there were a total of 60 horse retainers patrolling around in an orderly manner. They were the Crow Retainers. Before the Battle of Dragon Eye Plain, they were the only scouts in the world who could compete with the White Horse crossbowmen in Liangzhou. They were the elites that Dong was spent a lot of effort to train. These 60 horse retainers were the last seeds of the Dong family, but at this time, they were all used to ensure the safety of a little girl. But in the Dong family army, no one dared to question them, because everyone knew that in the eyes of General Dong Zhuo, this little niece of his was more precious than all the princesses of the northern and southern dynasties combined. The little girl did not like to talk, but she did not have an arrogant temperament. Moreover, she was born to make people feel close to her. Even the 3 expert retainers who escorted her aimlessly all liked this naive and unaffected girl from the bottom of their hearts. That finger-profound realm martial arts master suddenly turned his head and looked to the north. At the farthest place he could see, several Crow retainers were confronting a grassland cavalry of unknown origin. Soon, half of the Dong family's private cavalry galloped over and quickly surrounded the 4 people. The remaining 300 or so cavalry headed north. That dusty and haggard cavalry seemed to be exhausted from running for their lives. Their formation was stretched intermittently. In the vision of the 6 Crow retainers, there were at least 700 cavalry. Moreover, according to the information sent back by 2 of the retainers, there were at least 1,000 cavalry in this cavalry army. The cavalry leader in the chiliarch attire raised his horsewhip high and shouted angrily, "Quickly get out of the way! I am chasing after a fugitive. This is the military order of the Jade-Toed Province's commandant and General Huyin. Those who block me will die." The 6 Crow retainers turned a deaf ear and were completely indifferent. They did not move forward or retreat. The Beimang chiliarch, who was full of anger, narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. If it were not for the fact that he saw more than 300 cavalry rushing over, he would have led his troops and charged over. It was only 6 cavalry. No matter how powerful you were, you would still die. The young Dong family cavalry stopped his horse and asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" The Beimang chiliarch turned his head and spat fiercely. "I am the commander of the Jade-Toed Province's commandant, Yelu Xianping. Why aren't you getting out of the way? If you delay the important matter, not to mention a kid like you who hasn't even grown hair, even your master will die." The Dong family cavalry said expressionlessly, "I am the chiliarch of the cavalry army under General Dong, Yelu Shuezhen. No matter who you are, just charge forward." The chiliarch's arrogance instantly disappeared. It was as if he had become shorter. His lips moved slightly, but he could not say a word. In the entire 13 provinces of the grassland, there were countless generals of all sizes. However, there were only 13 commandants in 20 years, until Fatty Dong, who was once the king of the southern courtyard, became the 14th. He was also a chiliarch with the same surname, Yelu. The chiliarch who came from the north gnashed his teeth in hatred. He glanced at the 6 Crow retainers and then looked at the 300 cavalry. He was sure that it was really Dong. It was private cavalry. Wasn't General Dong fighting to the death with the Bailiang commandant Chu Lushan at the Huayang Pass? How could there be cavalry leisurely strolling around the border of the Dragon Waste province? In the end, they even bumped into me. His face was bitter as he helplessly said, "General Yelu, to tell you the truth, I am currently under orders to kill a Jianghu expert who escaped from Dunhuang. Not only me, but there are also 3 other cavalry armies heading south. Not to mention our casualties. Even the spider-web spies have lost dozens of people along the way." The Dong family cavalry frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "My young master is behind us. If you go south, you can go around 1 li away." That Chiliarch said with a sullen face, "General Yelu, on this trip to the south, we really wish we could flip up every inch of the land to take a look, afraid that we would miss that expert. Now that that person is heavily injured, he definitely can't run far. At most, he is 10 li away from us. My cavalry army has people who are good at hunting. If you are worried that we will disturb your noble, then I will only bring 100 cavalry to follow you. How about it? General Yelu, you are a magnanimous person. Don't make things difficult for me, okay? Just take it as I, Yelu Xianping, am begging you." The Dong family cavalry was hesitant. The Chiliarch put away his flattering expression and said in a low voice, "I, Yelu Xianping, have lost 223 brothers. They can't die in vain." The Dong family's cavalry general raised his head and looked over. Behind this person, there was a large cavalry force. There were 7 or 8 small cavalry groups, each with a dozen or so cavalry groups. Most of them were led by a knight who wasn't wearing iron armor. Like a large net, they galloped towards the south in an orderly manner. He finally nodded and said slowly, "I can make the decision and allow you to bring a small amount of cavalry to follow me south. 100 cavalry. If there is one more, I will kill one." Although the Jade Toad provincial cavalry general felt a little regretful, he was more than happy. This person was also a decisive person. He raised his arm and waved his hand. Only 90 or so cavalry followed him south. The rest of the cavalry were 1 li away on the 2 sides, continuing forward. Unknowingly, the encirclement of the 300 horsemen around the little girl had expanded by 50 paces. 3 of her personal retainers were standing side by side behind the girl. Seeing this scene, the Dong family cavalry general, Yelu Xiejin, narrowed his eyes and didn't make a sound. In the group of 100 people chasing the cavalry army, the 3 riders who seemed to be randomly galloping would occasionally dismount and carefully observe the grassland. They would even pull up a blade of grass and sniff it. They would follow the edge of the circular formation and gradually head south. Finally, they mounted their horses. After the 3 people's gazes met, one of them shook his head at the cavalry general. Yelu Xianping's expression was complicated. It was unknown whether he was disappointed or relieved. After carefully sizing up the little girl several times from the corner of his eyes, he cupped his fists and said gratefully to the Dong family cavalry general not far away, "No matter what, this general thanks General Yelu." The 2 cavalry generals had the same surname and the same official position. However, the one who called himself this general knew that he couldn't do anything with the other party. Yelu Xiejin said calmly, "You have worked hard." The cavalry army that was like an autumn hunt on the grassland continued south to pursue prey. After the cavalry army disappeared from sight, Yelu Xiejin rode his horse to the little girl's side. He had long since reached out and pressed down on the hilt of his blade, staring at the grassland not far to the south. At the same time, the 3 martial masters all turned around. The finger-profound realm retainer completely blocked the little girl's figure. The other 2 were separated by a dozen or so steps. It was Tao Manwu. The little girl poked her head out and softly shouted, "You can come out." There was no movement at all. She raised her voice and kindly reminded, "It's useless even if you continue to hide." Finally, the grassland loosened slightly and then exploded with a bang. An abnormally tall and sturdy figure quickly and violently charged towards Tao Manwu. Two thick chains pulled out a rainbow light, respectively stabbing towards the chests of the two retainers on the left and right of the little girl. The little girl hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill!" If it had been a moment later, that assassin's neck would have been broken by the finger-profound realm retainer. This retainer had already arrived in front of the assassin. The 5 fingers of his left hand grasped the man's neck. His right hand clenched into a fist, only an inch away from the assassin's heart. Chapter 2025. The two retainers to Tao Manwu's left and right each gripped a chain that came out of the assassin's shoulders. At the end of this chain were 2 enormous short knives. The little girl wanted to go forward, but for the first time, Yalu Xiezhen showed an anxious expression. He jumped off his horse and crouched in front of her. His eyes were firm, but his voice was gentle. "Little princess, don't come near." Tao Manwu grunted, then shouted to the old man, "White-haired grandpa, my name is Tao Manwu. I won't hurt you, and you're about to die." The white-haired old man's eyes shone. "Little girl, what did you say you were called?" "Say it again." Tao Manwu shouted loudly, "My name is Tao Manwu." Then she said something that no one, including Yalu Xiezhen, could understand. "I know that person." The old man laughed hoarsely, without the slightest bit of sorrow of someone about to die, only an indescribable pleasure. "Good, good, good. What a good. Heaven never bars one's way. Heavens, just take it that I surnamed Chu. Oh, you once." Tao Manwu tugged at Yalu Xiezhen's sleeve and said seriously, "Big brother Xiezhen, can I say a few words to white-haired grandpa? Don't worry, I know he won't hurt me. I won't lie to you." Yalu Xiezhen was the only one who knew about the little girl's talent. He intimately rubbed her little head. "But me and the 3 elders will all stay by your side, okay?" The innocent little girl nodded her head vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. It was very lovable. She quickly walked forward. Yalu Xiezhen and the 2 retainers followed closely behind. When Tao Manwu was 5 or 6 steps away from the tall and sturdy old man and the finger-profound realm retainer, she suddenly sat down cross-legged on the ground. Then she raised her head and said, "What's the matter, old grandpa? If I can help, I'll definitely help you." Yalu Xiezhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used his eyes to signal the Grand Master to loosen his fingers. The latter wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he still loosened his grip and pulled back his fist. He moved 3 steps to give the little master enough vision. Even though he knew that this assassin was like a lamp that had run out of oil and dried up energy, the finger-profound realm expert still didn't dare to lower his guard. The old man with disheveled hair also followed the little girl and sat cross-legged. He glanced at the finger-profound realm expert with slanted eyes and said with a cold snort, "If it were any other time, I'd kill you with 1 hand." In fact, the old man had already given up on the idea of escaping. The reason why he used the last of his energy to hide here was to leave himself a relatively dignified death. The world was so big, but he just had to meet this little girl called Tao Manwu. Perhaps this could only be explained by the will of heaven. The old man lowered his head and panted heavily. His broad chest heaved up and down violently. After his breathing calmed down slightly, he looked at the little girl and slowly said, "Little girl, I've heard that person mention you before, but what I'm curious about is how you recognize me." Tao Manwu didn't hide anything and said in a clear voice, "Previously, I only knew that I should go this way, but actually, I didn't know what I would encounter. I only know that you won't hurt me, and I can see things that others can't." The little girl thought for a moment and quickly stretched out her hands, drawing circles in the air in a seemingly random manner. It was very messy. The old man clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "This kind of talent is really unheard of. Before I parted ways with him, I heard him mention you unintentionally. I know that there's a little girl called Tao Manwu in Beimeng." Tao Manwu blinked her eyes that were full of spirit. They were overflowing with light and color. In the depths of her eyes, there was some happiness and some sadness. The old man coughed and put his hands on his knees. He said in a low voice, "I originally had a big idea in mind. Forget it. Let's not talk about these things anymore." In short, before I left Beiliang, I wanted to go to the Central Plains, Jianghu, but I received a secret letter from another old man saying that there's a mystery in Dunhuang City. He hoped that I could do one last thing, but unfortunately, I only did half of it. Tao Manwu, remember, let that person know as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Let him know that he doesn't only have a woman in the north, but more importantly, that woman gave birth to a child for him. Tao Manwu opened her mouth slightly. She was clearly at a loss. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "I don't care whether you'll help or not. To be honest, it's reasonable if you don't help. Anyway, I can die with peace of mind." After saying this, the old man put his hand into his sleeve with difficulty. This action scared Yelu Xiezhen and the three retainers as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the old man only took out a thin yellowed book and gently threw it to the little girl. He said self-deprecatingly, "He gave me a knife manual. Later, he added some moves himself. I can roughly understand it, but unfortunately, I can't learn it. Little girl, I'll give it to you." Tao Manwu took the knife manual with both hands and held it in her arms. Her eyes were moist. She knew that the old man was really going to leave. The old man pointed his thumb at himself and said with a smile, "Little girl, remember, I'm a white-haired old man called Chu Kuangnu. I'm the first peerless master that person has seen in his life." The old man pulled the corners of his mouth and closed his eyes. He said to himself, "That chicken leg soaked in lake water, damn it, it's actually delicious." Tao Manwu wiped his tears and promised loudly to the dead old man, "I promise you, I'll definitely tell him." After Tananan, Huan Wen, and the Confucian scholar Yao Baifeng, Lu Huai served as the Imperial College's left chancellor at the age of 40. For the next 30 years, an entire 30 years, he didn't transfer to another office. In the end, he died as the Imperial College's left chancellor. During this time, the youngest left chancellor in the history of Liang refused the invitations of the new emperor of Liang time and time again. He didn't want to be the Minister of Rights or the Chancellor of the Hanlin Academy. The last time the old man taught at the Imperial College, he unreasonably gave a lecture to a hall full of Beiliang scholars. The old man held a jug of green ant wine in his hand. Before he started the lecture for the scholars in formal attire who were sitting upright and still, he raised his arm and gently shook the jug. He said with a smile, "Do you know how much this jug of wine sold for in the 4th year of Xiangfu? You definitely won't be able to guess. Today, even if this jug of wine is the best green ant wine, it's only 60 copper coins." I remember on the first spring night of the 4th year of auspicious charm, the first time I drank wine, it was our Northern Liang Path's green ant wine. It was so expensive. Someone only left me with a small pot of wine for 3 mouthfuls, yet he charged me a total of 6 silver taels. At that time, I really didn't think it tasted good. I only felt that my throat was burning. If it wasn't for the fact that I was penniless at the time and that I drank the wine on credit, I would have spat out that mouthful of green ant wine. And this person even shamelessly boasted that he sold a jug of 3 taels of silver to me for 6 taels of silver on account of us being from Beiliang. Don't you think this guy is black-hearted? The young scholars who were studying at the Imperial College immediately roared with laughter. The old man smiled and said, "He's indeed black-hearted, isn't he? And you're actually not unfamiliar with this guy. He was once the Right Chancellor of our Imperial College for a short period of time. Fortunately, he quickly packed up his things and left. His surname is Sun, and his name is Een. You guessed right. He is that old fifth son of our great peace city, Lord Sun Een, who has been the Minister of War in the 6 departments of the Minister Province." The scholars of Baelyang first subconsciously kept quiet out of fear. However, they quickly roared with laughter. If it was other officials, not to mention a second-rank minister of the central government, even an assistant minister wouldn't dare to laugh so openly. However, old Minister Sun was different. In his words, "You juniors, as long as you don't bully me and beat me up on the spot, then it's fine. It's fine, even if you scold me in secret. Ever since I, Sun Een, became a high official, I've never scolded anyone with a lower rank than me. Why? If I don't like them, I'll just tell them to leave. What's the point of scolding them? Only those with a higher rank and a louder voice than me can I only scold them to satisfy my cravings." Sun Yin's temper wasn't good. On the contrary, it was extremely bad. However, this guy either hated and feared him to the extreme or admired him to the point of prostrating himself on all fours. There were very few neutral people. It had to be known that even the emperor once said with a smile, "Every time old man Sun scolds people in court, no matter if I feel that it's reasonable or not, I'm not in a hurry to make a conclusion. Every time, I'll first listen to it. When I've completely thought it over, I'll decide whether to scold him back or give him a few pots of good wine." Sun Een, who had moved through the 5 yamens of the Minister of Administration province and become a minister, seemed very similar to the important official of the previous dynasty, Tannan, but also very different. Probably the only person in the world who could scold people better than Sun Een was the Baelyang Daoist administrator, who had only entered the capital 3 times in his life. He was the administrator who had held the position of administrator for the longest time in the world, Chen Shiliang. He was the only one. The administrator for half his life, the left chancellor for 30 years. Today, the Liang imperial court used this term to describe a certain person in the officialdom who hadn't moved for a long time. The former referred to Chen Shiliang, the latter to Lu Huai. The old man waited until everyone calmed down and said in a low voice, "The scholars of your generation in Baelyang probably can't imagine the scene of the past. My memory is still fresh. The year I left for the imperial examination was the last year of Yonghui. When I entered the capital, it was the first year of Xiangfu. At that time, I was in Taiyan City and met a group of scholars from other places. They were wearing bright clothes and holding fans. You seem to be about the same now. At that time, after 2 people knew I was from Baelyang, they asked and answered questions in a strange way. One asked, Li Yanka lifts the classics and light poems. Logically speaking, the poor scholars of Baelyang had a great advantage. Why did they still have no harvest at the end of the year? How strange. One answered loudly, because those Baelyang barbarians don't even know how to write poems, let alone the classics and essays. The old man looked at the young faces. Most of them had angry expressions, but there were also calm and sarcastic expressions. Naturally, there were also some who were completely indifferent. The old man had seen a lot of ups and downs, so he didn't find it strange. Chapter 2026. The old man only said indifferently, "At that time, I didn't blurt out, 'Fuck your mother.' How strange, not because I didn't dare, but because I was afraid of solidifying the impression that we Baelyang scholars are vulgar in the eyes of outsiders. Now, you probably don't have such a chance. If it were you who ridiculed scholars from other places, such as the scholars from Nanjiang Path who have been hated by everyone for many years." The old man didn't speak frankly about the fate of the scholars from Nanjiang Path. The old man had long understood that justice was only in the heart and never in the mouth of others. Lu Huai only returned to the main topic and said slowly, I, Lu Huai, consider myself number 1 in drinking, number 2 in teaching, number 3 in chess, number 4 in writing, number 5 in shamelessness, number 6 in quarreling, and last in being an official. The world laughs and scolds the Imperial College's old man Lu for having ulterior motives, for wanting to be the overlord of the literary world, for holding the authority of the nation's literature in his hands, and for the Imperial Court to be filled with yellow and purple. How could he not be my disciple? The entire hall of Bailiang scholars was silent. The old man laughed loudly and said, Nonsense! The old man's expression suddenly became resolute and extremely dignified. He didn't lose to those higher-ranked and more authoritative big shots from the central government. He spoke in a deep voice. These were all words that the old man had accumulated for most of his life. When I entered the capital at the age of 20, I had a wish. That is, if I can enter the imperial court one day, I will definitely not let my Lu Huai's predicament of studying in the capital repeat the same mistakes of the Northern Liang scholars. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars spend more money when they buy books and brushes. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars be looked down upon by others because of their local accent when they speak with others. Lu Huai would not let the Bailiang scholars in the imperial court speak up for the nation and plead for the people. The imperial college's left chancellor's face turned red. He paused for a long time and laughed coldly. Today, the world fears the Cold Party and scolds the Cold Party for being domineering. They especially hate the Cold Party for having the hardest bones. In the Liang Imperial Court, the saying of the Cool Party could only be understood and not spoken of. No one dared to directly bring it up. No one would have thought that Lu Huai, who was regarded as one of the core leaders of the Cool Party, would personally bring it up today. In my heart, I, Lu Huai, have a Cold Party. Among the older generation, those who are about the same age as me have already passed away, while others are still alive. For example, the old Grand Secretary Chen Wang, the old Minister Sun Yin, and the old Hanlin Yen Qiji are all of them outside the capital. Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, Chen Shiliang, Chao Wei, Yu Wandao, Li Hanlin, Lu Chengqing, Huang Fuqian, Song Yan, Chang Sui, Hong Xinjia, Chao Xiaojiao, Wang Ji, Hong Shuwen, Hong Yu, and so on. The old man laughed heartily and answered his own question. So many great figures who will be recorded in history in the future are all members of our Cold Party. Are you afraid? Even I'm scared of it. The old man raised his eyebrows and said with disdain, What? Are you saying that I seem to have forgotten about that person, that old assistant minister, and old scholar who hid in Gangnam-do a long time ago? Because he's not a good person at all. Of course, I've been scolding him for many years. However, there's one thing that you might not know. In his later years, this old thing also tried to consider himself as a Bailiang citizen. Unfortunately, Jean Lanting only wanted to acknowledge his ancestors, but we, the old ancestors, were not willing to acknowledge this grandson at all. The old chancellor claimed to be the 6th in quarreling before he became an official. He had only heard these curses without using any obscenities. This so-called 6th was full of weight. The old man suddenly raised his voice and said, Liang Ministry of War, 3 times minister and 7 assistant minister, Ko Jianghuai, Chao Wei, Yu Wandao. The other 7 third-rank assistant ministers were all from the Bailiang Frontier Army back then. 40 years, beautiful generals, half of them from Bailiang. How magnificent! Bailiang, how magnificent! Don't forget the clothes you wear today, the jade and jewels on your waists, and the eloquence you have today were exchanged for 4 years in the beginning of Xiangfu. The Baelyang cavalry sacrificed 320,000 men in battle. It was the former Baelyang Palace, which is now the administrator's mansion, that used the 320,000 stone tablets with names from Mount Qingliang in exchange for today's status. Don't worry about what scholars think. I don't care, and I don't care. However, you scholars who were born in Baelyang, as long as I, Lu Huai, am alive, I hope that you will remember this day. Finally, I'll say one last thing. Remember that person. His surname is Su. The old man, who was extremely outspoken, didn't drink a mouthful of green ant wine until the end of the day. He also didn't say the last sentence. This sentence was too taboo and too heavy. There would be no other central plains. The end of spring in the 4th year of Xiangfu. The rain was as smooth as butter. In the Grand Secretary's mansion, there was a small pavilion by the lake. Exquisite items hung from the eaves. 2 people of the same age stood side by side. One was the young uncle of the emperor, Yan Qiji, and the other was Kong Zhenrong, who worked in the Ministry of War. They were friends in the past, and today they were still best friends. Kong Zhenrong said solemnly, "The Ministry of War just received news that the Baimang army suffered heavy losses outside of Zbibi City. However, the grain and troops reinforcements from Longyao State have not stopped. Zbibi City is in a bad state, and Huayang Pass is even worse. Liang Mang's battle will drag on for at least 2 to 3 months." Yan Qiji leaned on the window and smiled. "We can't even take care of ourselves. You're probably the only one who cares about this news." Kong Zhenrong crossed his arms over his chest, grinning as he said, "This Li Hamlin fellow is truly extraordinary. The more he fights, the more valiant he becomes." After becoming the only remaining white horse commandant outside northern Liang Pass, especially after the Battle of Old Woman Mountain last year, he, Yuan Dao, Chao Wei, and Wang Jingcheng's 3 divisions of cavalry, along with Ko Jianghuai and Xie Shi's 2 Liuzhou generals, beat the Southern Dynasty's soldiers inside Northern Mang's Gusai Prefecture until they cried for their fathers and mothers. I heard that they came and went like ghosts, completely tying down Northern Mang's last 2 main field forces. In this way, the entire Northern Mang's Southern Dynasty, other than the front line to the north of Dragon Way State, has been beaten into a sieve that leaks air from all sides. Yan Qiji subconsciously rubbed the stubble on his chin. It seemed to be getting pricklier. Thinking back, among the 4 of them, Kong Wuqi was the most mature. He was the first to have a beard. Li Hamlin often laughed at Yan Qiji for being a pretty boy. It was a pity that he was a bit ugly. He was worlds apart from Li Hanlin, so even if he sold his, but he wouldn't be able to get much money. Yan Qiji asked, "What do you think will happen if we stay in Baelyang?" Kong Zhenrong had obviously thought about this question. Without hesitation, he said, "It's hard to say. You'll either be a military officer under Song Dongming at Mount Qingliang, or you'll be a military advisor with the identity of Bai Yi at Zbibi City. But I'm different. At the very least, I can be a white horse lieutenant like Li Hamlin." Yan Qiji laughed and scolded, "What a moral character. It's only because those 2 aren't here that you can be so arrogant. When they were here in the early years, when didn't you, Kong Wuqi, obediently act like a taciturn gourd?" Kong Zhenrong rolled his eyes. Back in Baelyang, Kong Zhenrong not only had the nickname of Wuqi, but he also had a famous nickname in the brothels, Philanthropist Kong. This was because every time the 4 of them went out to drink wine, only this big blockhead was a maverick. He would never call for any beautiful courtesan or courtesan. He would go straight to the point and say to the brothel keeper, "Call out the girl who hasn't received any guests for the longest time to accompany us." The great philanthropist Kong not only asked for women who were more beautiful and cunning, but also rewarded them handsomely. He also called them over to sit next to him. although he didn't take liberties with them, and it was likely that he really couldn't bring himself to do so. He didn't neglect them either. Kong Jinrong was a living bodhisattva who saved people from suffering. His reputation had spread throughout the northern Liang Path's flowering fields, and he wasn't much inferior to His Highness the Crown Prince, who liked to spend money recklessly. Kong Jinrong's father panicked at that time. He was afraid that his only son would marry a girl who could ward off evil spirits. When that time came, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of Beiliang's officialdom? Therefore, the fathers of the four pests of Beiliang had different attitudes. The old Prince Liang, Su Xiao, was generous and didn't care at all. The old scholar Yan Jieshi was worried about his son's reputation. The miserly Gongda was worried about the money. Kong Jinrong's father was the most miserable. He was afraid that his future daughter-in-law would be a girl who couldn't walk at night. Otherwise, it would be scary. Yan Qiji sighed. Li Hanlin's sister seems to have never married. Kong Jinrong curled his lips and said, Li Fuzhen's eyes grew on her forehead since she was young. She didn't treat anyone well. Anyway, I don't like her the most. I remember that she liked to call me a bore and even call brother Nian a pervert. Li Hanlin is her brother, so Li Fuzhen didn't scold him much. You are the most educated among us, so you didn't get scolded much. As for your sister, well, she is better than Li Fuzhen. Yan Qiji was helpless. Su Fengnian, Li Hanlin, Yan Qiji, Kong Jinrong, Li Fuzhen, Yan Dongwu. 6 people in the past, 3 people in Beiliang, 3 people in Graydon, 3 people in their hometown, 3 people in other places. The spring rain rippled on the surface of the lake. Chapter 2027. Kong Jinrong thought of something and said slowly, I heard that the poor scholar from Yanji County of Yuzhou was supposed to be the champion of the spring imperial examinations. However, he was targeted by a big shot and suppressed by a weak reason. Not to mention the spring imperial examinations, he almost lost the qualification of the palace examinations. Some people say that Jean Lanting, one of the imperial tutors, was one of the imperial tutors. Others say that the imperial tutor, Principal Puhua, deliberately promoted Qin Guanhai, who had won the imperial tutor title but had only gotten the lowest rank in the imperial tutor exam. Now, even my father is defending him. He said that if Lu Huai hadn't made things difficult for others in the imperial tutor exam, he would have gotten first place in the imperial tutor exam. Besides, Lu Huai was the top scorer in the imperial tutor exam of the Northern Liang Path. That would be an unprecedented 3 times in a row in the imperial tutor exam of the imperial tutor exam. My father's temper is so bad that he can't even get a fart out of it. These days, he has been nagging about it countless times. The wine in the residence is almost not enough to drink. In Liang, the autumn imperial examination was the local provincial examination, while the spring imperial examination was the national examination in the capital. Thus, there was a saying in the officialdom, when the autumn imperial examination is the spring imperial examination, the carp leaps over the dragon gate. Lu Huai, a poor scholar from Beiliang, actually became famous before the spring imperial examination. At that time, this person was copying inscriptions outside the imperial college. He was able to get the contemporary saint of the Zhang family of the Sacred Duke's Mansion to help him copy. At that time, thousands of imperial college students heard the news and flocked over. In the end, Lu Huai was the last one to know the noble identity of the middle-aged Confucian scholar, which caused a sensation in the capital. However, at that time, Lu Huai, who was embarrassingly short of money, was forced to stay in a small Taoist temple. He rejected the offers of countless high-ranking officials and nobles to buy the scriptures, and also rejected the offers of some people to change his address. It was said that quite a few aristocratic families in the capital wanted to take him as their son-in-law, but they were all rejected by Lu Huai. At that time, there were many voices in the capital that said that this person was nothing more than fishing for compliments and waiting for the right price to sell. Everything was just about the two words, raising the prestige. As Lu Huai came in third, the articles of the imperial and imperial examinations gradually spread throughout the court. Only then did these strange words quietly disappear. As Lu Huai entered the court, the people in Great Peace City learned of the inside story. There were actually 5 Beiliang scholars participating in the autumn imperial examination, but the other 4 had given up their qualifications and returned to their hometowns. They only gave all their remaining money to Lu Huai, who stayed to stay. Kong Zhenrong's father, Kong Dashan, had been recruited by the imperial court of Liang and had chosen to leave the northern Liang sect. The main reason was that his elder brother, who had been a businessman for many years, and his 2 daughters had accidentally married into one of Jiangnan's Daoist clans. The 2 Jiangnan families were well liked in the Great Peace City officialdom. Adding on the fact that he did not see eye to eye with the commander of the cavalry at the time, Huai Hua, Great General Zhong Hanguo, he came to Great Peace City. He only got a mid-level official position in the Ministry of War, a 4th-rank official. He had just been promoted at the end of last year. In a few years, his son would probably catch up. After Kong Dashan brought his family to the capital, he must have been ostracized. However, while Kong Dashan was a true Beiliang general, his personality was very open-minded. Otherwise, based on his son Kong Zhenrong's relationship with His Royal Highness, he would not have fallen to the point of leaving Beiliang. Kong Dashan himself was a rough man, but he was one of the few generals in Beiliang who openly admired scholars. In his early years, he did not like Li Hanlin. He was even indifferent to His Royal Highness Su Fengnian. Only Yan Qiji, who was a scholar and did not smile, would become friendly when he saw him at home. Thus, Kong Dashan was furious at the situation of the Beiliang scholar Lu Huai in Great Peace City. Yan Qiji, who had been lying lazily on the railing, stood up and said in a low voice, "There is indeed some inside story in the spring examinations." However, as the teacher, Sima Puhua had the intention to help Qin Guanhai, a junior from the same hometown. He did not try to suppress Lu Huai. As Lu Huai's teacher, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Jean Lanting, did not belittle Lu Huai's essay. Instead, he praised it greatly. The examination paper was full of praise. Kong Zhenrong could not wrap his head around it and was confused. The Minister of Rights and the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights were respectively the President and the Vice President. Was there someone who could oppose them? Kong Zhenrong suddenly realized, and his face was filled with disbelief. Yan Qiji nodded. It was Chun Xiaobao who had refused the position of teacher. He shook his head at Lu Huai's essay and said a few words of praise, but more criticism. Kong Zhenrong shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. I have never truly interacted with Chun Xiaobao's personality, but I definitely trust him. Chun Xiaobao is not this kind of person and would not do such a thing. There is no need." Just from Kong Zhenrong's words, it was clear that Chun Xiaobao's reputation in the court was at the top of Jing. Yan Qiji grimaced and said, "At the start, I did not believe it either. However, this was what His Majesty the Emperor said, and Chun Xiaobao was present at the time." Kong Zhenrong was dumbfounded and slapped his forehead. "No wonder, bro," Nian said, "that scholars can't understand." Yan Qiji's gaze was deep as he continued. "In short, His Majesty personally appointed Lu Huai as the Tanhua scholar and did not give him the Zhuangyuan scholar. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" Kong Zhenrong sighed. "Don't think too much about things that you can't figure out. Bro Nian taught me this, and I feel that it's reasonable. Bro Nian also said that if we meet a grandfather that we can't defeat, we should be the grandson first. There will be a day when the grandfather teaches the grandson a lesson. Yan Qiji smiled. Kong Jinrong grinned from ear to ear for a long time. Yan Qiji remained silent for a long time. When Kong Jinrong finally stopped laughing, he leaned on the railing again and said, "You and Li Hanlin both think that I'm the most educated, and that Bro Nian is more reasonable than me because he's smart. Actually, that's not right. I only understood later that Bro Nian knew about our family leaving Beliang secretly. That's why he said those drunk words to me when we met for the last time. He said that the book said that all good things must come to an end. Don't be afraid. The book also said that it's a small world. There will always be a chance to set up another banquet." Kong Jinrong was speechless. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. He wanted to drink, but there was no wine to drink. Yan Qiji turned his head and looked at Kong Wuqi, his face full of tears. "I know that the four of us, plus my sister and Li Fuzhen, the six of us, will never have the chance to be together again." Kong Jinrong nodded. Yan Qiji sobbed like a child who made a mistake. "Bro Nian lied to me." Kong Jinrong still didn't say anything. He just raised his arm slowly and rubbed the young man's head gently. It was just like how Su Fengnian treated Yan Qiji. Many years later, not only did the auspicious era name become a thing of the past, but even the New Year name was changed twice. The new emperor of Liang had just ascended the throne. It was still the same waterfront pavilion, still the same light rain in the spring evening. The old man who had just turned down the new emperor's invitation to stay and stepped down as the left servant of the province came here alone after playing with his grandchildren. He was a powerful official in his official career, and he would be a famous official in the history books in the future. For some reason, he was crying silently. The white-haired old man didn't look very sad, but he couldn't stop crying. The old man who was known as the second Tantanon in the court didn't wipe his tears. He was like a child who accidentally lost a cute object. First, he cried loudly. After a few days, he wasn't so sad anymore, but when he remembered it, he would still sniffle. Withered intestines were watered in 3 bowls, and the cool breeze grew in 2 armpits. The spring breeze brushed his hair, and the old man remembered the youth. Many years ago, in Lingzhou in the south of the Great Wall, the last king of Beliang, who no one mentioned now, was still the absurd and carefree His Royal Highness. In those years, one could often see 4 young men walking out of the brothel drunk in the middle of the night. Li Hanlin, who hadn't joined the army to kill the enemy, and Li Hanlin, who hadn't become the White Horse Lieutenant, who hadn't become the great general of the West, must have had lipstick marks all over his face. However, this guy was the most cunning. He couldn't hold his liquor, and his drinking behavior was even worse. Every time he secretly let the courtesans and courtesans help him with the water, he seemed to be drinking heroically, but he also secretly threw the wine out of the cup. His disguise was flawless. Therefore, every time he went home, he could still laugh and laugh with the courtesans and madams. He would never delay and take advantage of them afterwards as he collected some interest, and Kong Wuqi, who had become a great philanthropist, could hold his liquor, but his drinking behavior was good. Moreover, the 2 or 3 girls who were especially grateful because they hadn't had a business for a long time wouldn't agree to not drink with this burly, kind-hearted young man. Therefore, he was far less sober than that bastardly every time. However, good had its reward, and evil had its retribution. Kong Wuqi was drunk, and Li Hanlin was sober. Of course, the latter had to carry him. In His Royal Highness words, "It was me carrying Kong Wuqi, who weighed 200 caddies. Are you, Li Hanlin, His Royal Highness, or am I the one?" As for the young scholar who was still nicknamed Chicken Eating Strict, he was no longer afraid of being scolded by his father when he returned home. Every time he walked into a brothel, he would secretly encourage himself. Tonight, he must touch the chest of a certain young lady. Otherwise, he might as well pluck up his courage and kiss her lips. In short, he couldn't let those three brothers laugh at him for having evil intentions, but not the guts to do it. But every time he left the tender land of beautiful women, the young scholar would be drunk and unconscious. He would tell himself that it didn't matter. He would try again next time and be a real man for once. The slender young man, Lee Hanlon, carried the burly young man, Kong Wu-chi, and walked unsteadily, and the young man, His Royal Highness, carried the light young man, Yen Chiji, so of course it was easier. In the beginning, Lee Hanlon was not without doubts. Why didn't he just let the retainer carry Kong Wu-chi back to the carriage after eating chicken? Chapter 2028. His Royal Highness said that we are brothers. The four youths at that time felt that there was nothing more reasonable than this in the world. At that moment, the old man choked. "Brother Nian, you are lying." That person promised the Liang dynasty or promised the world that he would never enter Great Peace City again in this life. But at that moment, a warm hand gently rested on the old man's head. No matter how many years have passed, there was a familiar teasing laughter. "Oh, Yen eating chicken crying. Is it your father who forbids you to play with me? Or is your sister speaking ill of me again? What's the big deal? Brother Nian, I will take you to drink wine. Old rules Lee Hanlon pays. Kong Wu-chi leads the horse. Let's go." The old man did not raise his head, afraid that it was a dream. The hand on Yen Chiji's head gently raised and then patted down. That person laughed angrily. "Yen eating chicken, have you become stupid from studying? The three of us are waiting for you." Yen Chiji slowly turned around, trying his best to widen his eyes, his lips trembling. The grand scholar of the Martial Meritorious Palace, who was the head of the 12 pavilions of the Liang dynasty, who was known as every time there is a big event, Scholar Yen is the calmest, tears flowed down his wrinkled face. He wiped his face, crying and laughing, saying softly, "Brother Nian, I miss you very much." The guy opposite him, who only had white hair on his temples, revealed a bright smile that was still as young as before. He raised his sleeve and wiped Yen Chiji's tears, saying, I know. Not far away, there were two people who seemed to be whispering, but their voices were not soft. "Look, martial fanatic Kong, I've already said that eating chicken, Yen fancied our brother Nian. Back then, he just couldn't take that step." It is true. I didn't think so before, but now I believe it. Kong Wu-chi, Yen eating chicken is already so old. Isn't it too late? Sai, Yen eating chicken is fine, but he is too shy. If it was me, I would have told brother Nian directly 60 or 70 years ago. Scram! At that time, you surnamed Kong had already crawled out of your mother's womb? Yen Chiji, who was slightly deaf but definitely not deaf, was instantly infuriated. Lee Hanlon, Kong Shinrong, scrammed to the side. Lee Hanlon pretended to raise his head to look at the moon, while Kong Shinrong pretended to look left and right. No matter what, Yen Chiji still held the hand of the person in front of him tightly, unwilling to let go. Su Fingnian looked at Yen Chiji, then turned to look at Lee Hanlon and Kong Shinrong, who were grinning, and said softly, "Everything is still here. Nothing has changed." "That's great." Hashtag in the snowy Jianghu, someone has a beginning and an end. One of the passages was from the previous chapter of Bead Curtain Chapter. "Little sweet potato, I found you." The 4th year of Xiangfu, Yanji Prefecture in Yuzhou, was very famous. It was so famous that even the entire Central Plains had heard of it. This was especially so in the scholarly Gangnam-do and the wealthiest Guangling Path. Of course, Graden City was the most interested in Yenji Prefecture. It was because the women of Yenji County were especially lively and lively. Women were truly made of water. They were beautiful and unordinary, naturally charming and full of emotions. Even the women of Yenji County who grew up in a remote and desolate place still had their own charm. However, there were many small towns in Yenji Prefecture that were not famous. In one of the small towns, there lived a beauty who had once been on the Yenji rankings. Pei Nanwei, the wife of the old king of Jing and who was supposed to have died for love. Now, she was guarding a small but clean house. She rarely went out and raised a coop of chickens. Then, she would often sit under the eaves and watch the arrogant old hen take the cute little chicks and wander around the yard. She would peck here and there. Over time, although she was a bit bored, she felt that this kind of boring life was the real life. An inconspicuous young woman and an old woman who could be blown away by a gust of wind lived far away and close to each other. The former would occasionally help to pour water into the water tank, or send some small things that could not be bought with money in the small town, such as rouge, face powder, hairpins, and so on. Pei Nanwei accepted them one by one. Women in the world, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, all wanted to be more beautiful. The old woman, whose face was full of vicissitudes of life, did not send any gifts. She only visited the house every few days, chatting about trivial matters. She asked which silk shop in the town had Sichuan satin for sale. However, the old woman quickly said that it was most likely a scam. She was trying to cheat those silly girls out of their private savings. She said that the ugly wife of Liu Yao, from the blacksmith shop in the southernmost part of the town, had hooked up with a young man surnamed Zhang from Broken Gong Alley. It was hard to say who had taken advantage of it. The old woman also said that a kite fell from the roof of her house. Those children were really naughty. They were naughty. Not only did they climb the roof to take the kite, but there was also a little bastard who stood on the roof and peed into the yard. As a result, she went to the child's house and scolded him. Pei Nanwei listened patiently every time, but she couldn't remember most of it. She would forget it after listening to it. Finally, one day, someone broke the tranquility. It was the child called Yu Dilong. He rode a horse without an appointment. He had a saber at his waist. The way he climbed down the mountain and dismounted from the horse was clean and nimble. The child looked particularly old and experienced. She smiled at the door and felt that it was a little funny. When Yu Dilong called out the title of master's wife, Pei Nanwei smiled even more happily. She didn't rush to lead the child into the small courtyard and asked, "Little bug, how many people have you called master's wife?" In fact, this child used to call her Auntie Pei several times. Now that he changed the way he called her, it didn't make her feel disgusted. Ever since the story of walking while leaning on the wall seemed to have spread throughout the entire Qing Liang Mountain overnight, Yu Dilong had a deep impression of the saying that trouble comes from the mouth. However, in front of Pei Nanwei, this child really couldn't remember. He stretched out 3 fingers and grinned, "Just 3. But master's wife, you are master's wife." Pei Nanwei glared at him and pretended to be angry. "You can't just say half a sentence." Yu Dilong looked surprised. "Ah, just 3. Pei Nanwei fiercely knocked on the head of this child, who only knew how to be smart. She laughed angrily and said, "It's all because you learned it from your master." Yu Dilong, whose face was so dark that it almost looked like charcoal, chuckled and cheerfully walked into the courtyard with his master's wife. Yu Dilong liked to treat this place as his own home. That was why he had discussed with his master's wife last time that when he had enough money in the future, he would definitely build another house. There were always two small benches placed under the eaves. She had thought of buying a small bamboo chair, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. She had other plans. After the two of them sat down, Pei Nanwei teased, "Little bug, what's the name of your master's eldest disciple?" Master's wife forgot. Yu Dilong, who was originally lazy, immediately straightened his back. He felt a little guilty and whispered, "Her name is Wang Sheng. That guy, Lu Yunzhong, said that it's a tacky name, but I think it's actually okay." Pei Nanwei mischievously asked, "Then what if Wang Sheng likes your master and doesn't like you? What will you do?" Yu Dilong opened his mouth wide, with a blank expression. She wanted to get to the bottom of it. Yu Dilong scratched his head and lowered his head to stare at the tip of his shoes. He said softly, "I can't beat master either." Pei Nanwei laughed out loud. Yu Dilong quickly raised his head and said in all seriousness, "Master's wife, if Wang Sheng really likes master, I'll fight with master. But I'm not doing it to snatch Wang Sheng." This time, Pei Nanwei was really puzzled. "What do you mean?" The child's face was full of seriousness as he stretched out a fist. "I just want Wang Sheng to know that you can like our master, but little bug can also beat master." Pei Nanwei did not comment. She raised her head to look at the entrance of the courtyard and said softly, "Little bug, it's okay to say that you're stupid, but it's not wrong to say that you're smart." The child seemed to be a little depressed. He held his chin with both hands and was lost in thought. Pei Nanwei rubbed his head and comforted, "It may be very soon, but it may also be a long, long time later. You will understand one day that when you like someone but that person doesn't like you, although it's not as good as two people liking each other, it's much luckier than not having anyone you like." Yu Dilong frowned and said pitifully, "Master's wife, why does it sound so miserable?" Pei Nanwei asked with a smile, "Do you think master's wife is happy or sad?" She added, "If you answer correctly, master's wife will teach you how to pursue Wang Sheng." Yu Dilong said cautiously, "Foolishly happy?" The corner of Pei Nanwei's mouth twitched. Yu Dilong hugged his head at lightning speed. "Master's wife, master's wife." Master accidentally let it slip. Pei Nanwei said with a pleasant expression, "You're right." Yu Dilong's face was full of surprise. Pei Nanwei chuckled. "But little bug, you'd better be a bachelor for the rest of your life." Yu Dilong was not sad. He just tilted his head and pinched his chin with two fingers, as if he was thinking carefully about something. The child suddenly sat up and slapped his thigh. "Forget it. Let's talk about it after I come back from the mouth of the gourd alive." Pei Nanwei was shocked. "What's going on?" Yu Dilong took out a purse and handed it to Pei Nanwei solemnly. "Master's wife, this is the soldier's pay after I become the sergeant of the Yuzhou cavalry. You should continue to help me save it. Master's wife, if one day you hear that I died in battle outside the pass, remember not to be sad for this little bug." Pei Nanwei frowned and said, "You're going to fight outside the pass." Yu Dilong looked around and said in a low voice, "Master's wife, I can't say this. According to Beiliang's law, I'll be punished for leaking military secrets. I'm a scout sergeant, and I have to set an example." The child made a gesture of cutting his neck and rolling his eyes. Pei Nanwei put away the purse. "Okay, I'll keep it for you." Chapter 2029. Yu Dilong stood up. "Masteress, if I die, don't tell Wang Sheng that I like her." Pei Nanwei smiled and asked, "Then if you come back alive, will you tell her?" Yu Dilong quickly waved his hand. No, don't tell her." Pei Nanwei asked, "Anyway, if you don't tell her, why do you mention this?" Yu Dilong was suddenly confused. The more he thought, the more confused he became. Pei Nanwei stood up and poked the child's head with her finger. "Little bug, with your paste brain, how can you be a land dragon in the future?" Yu Dilong was resentful. He strode down the steps, turned his head, and waved his hand. "Mistress, don't send me off." Pei Nanwei said angrily, "Go, go, go. Hurry up." After Yu Dilong walked out of the gate, Pei Nanwei suddenly heard the child's surprised voice. "Master, why are you here? Is the war over?" Pei Nanwei subconsciously walked down the steps quickly. When she was about to walk to the gate of the courtyard, she suddenly realized and stopped. She laughed and scolded loudly, "Little bastard!" The child outside the house laughed and rode away, shouting, "Let's go! Masteress Mrs. Master." Now it was the turn of spring and summer. The woman who was born in the spring and autumn Pei family suddenly remembered a small poem. The content was exactly the same, but she forgot the name of the poem and the name of the author. Quietly looking at the green wall, leisurely looking at the green forest, nothing happened to the floweringers, their voices far away in the shade of the grapevine. Green wall, green forest, floweringers, grapevine. The reason why she remembered it so deeply was that these lovely scenes in Jiangnan were all close to her when she was a girl. The more easily she could get them, the more she didn't know how to cherish them. After she became the princess consort of Liyang, she was imprisoned behind the high wall. She was tired of reading graceful poems and gradually came into contact with some frontier fortress poems that she didn't like before. It was nothing more than those words that were used back and forth in the poems, such as conquering people, frosty moon, chong flute, reed pipes, and swan geese. At this time, Pei Nanwei looked around. The walls were yellow, the greenery was sparse, there were no birds chirping, and it was already hot in the summer. A woman in a tall building with hidden bitterness, that would require a tall building to perch on. When Pei Nanwei thought of this, she was really a little angry. She was alone in this small county. Of course, it could only be related to money. Ever since he went to Bishan County's Yamen with that fellow who was nominally the county clerk and successfully obtained the 20 taels of silver that he had been owed for a long time, County Magistrate Feng Guan was quickly transferred away for some reason. Yang Gongshou, who replaced the position of county clerk, Su Qi, took over as county magistrate. The county officer was still Zhu Ying, who also came from Green Deer Cave Academy, like the new county magistrate. Both of them were scholars who had gone to Liangliang. When she and Yang Gongshou went to the Yamen, they met the two scholars. Yang Gongshou even hired someone to put on a play of a hero saving a damsel in distress. Unfortunately, the one surnamed Su saw through it with one glance. In his words, he was the founder of the silk pants business. Back in the day, who knew how many sons of Bailiang ate the dust behind his, but learning from him and imitating him. What Pei Nanwei was angry about was that after Yang Gongshou took over as county magistrate, the position of Bishan County's county clerk did not continue to be filled as per usual. Instead, Su Qi's name was once again put up. However, the Bishan County Yamen gave a statement that since Su Qi was no longer on duty, his salary would be halved. It was said that this was the result of county officer Zhu Ying arguing with the new county magistrate. Otherwise, with county magistrate Yang's intentions, Su Qi would not even be able to get a single copper coin. It was probably because all the officials in the Yamen had guessed the county magistrate's intentions, especially those women whose men worked in the Yamen. They viewed her, the wife of the county clerk, as an enemy. When it came to her, all of the things like oil, rice, salt, and cloth were more expensive. That young woman of unknown origin originally wanted to buy them for her, but was rejected by Pei Nanwei. However, Pei Nanwei insisted on buying them herself. She even purposely brought along a few heavy silver ingots. Of course, she did not need the silver, and the shops did not have enough change. When those women stared at those silver ingots, Pei Nanwei felt very comfortable. That feeling was as if she was saying, "You're bullying me because my man is not here, right? But if my man can leave his woman, so much money he can be at ease. But do you men who talk about women have this ability? Pei Nanwei's anger was because your disciple, Liang Long, was able to earn so much money. As his master, you don't know how to send some back home? As long as she thought of using a certain silver ingot to exchange for copper coins, her heart would ache terribly. Pei Nanwei caught a glimpse of the old hen in the courtyard from the corner of her eye. It seemed to be a great general who was patrolling the territory with tens of thousands of elite soldiers. She immediately became angry and quickly walked towards them. She stomped hard on the ground, scaring the hens and chicks into fleeing in all directions. Pei Nanwei gave a cold snort. She put her hands on her hips and was somewhat pleased. There was a young man who happened to be standing at the entrance of the courtyard. When he saw this scene, his eyes were lifeless and his expression was absent-minded. He looked at the graceful figure whose back was facing him. His hand that was holding a cloth bag was sweaty. His current name was Zhu Ying. He was one of the thousands of scholars who followed Shangyin Academy's Chancellor Wang to Beiliang. At that time, if the scholars of Yu family's eldest son, Yu Wandao, were the most famous in the world, in fact, if he used his real name, his fame would not be below Yu Wandao. The Confucianism of the world, Zhu Ying in the south and Yao in the north. The Master of Science, Yao Baifeng, had already resigned from his position as the left chancellor of the Imperial College and returned to his hometown to continue lecturing. The disciples of the Zhu family of Jing and sect had always been unwilling to become officials. Zhu Ying's grandfather was known as the Divine Lord during the spring and autumn period and had a deep relationship with the Academy's Grand Chancellor, Qi Yanglong. In the area of Zhu Ying's father's generation, the seven of them became famous together and were known as the Seven Dragons of the Zhu family. They were even on par with the dazzling lineup of Jiangnan's Lu family. Back then, Zhu Ying's real name was Zhu Ying. He was the eldest son of the Zhu family's eldest son. Even if he changed his name and changed his name to Zhu Ying and pretended that he was a concubine's son of the Zhu family's side branch, Zhu Ying still stood out in the Green Deer Cave Academy with his own knowledge and foresight. There were several great scholars who were invited by the master of the academy, Huang Chang, to give lectures in the Green Deer Cave Academy, but they were all embarrassed by Zhu Ying. There were even old scholars who had to ask Zhu Ying to solve their doubts. However, Zhu Ying's reputation was not prominent among the scholars who went to Liang. At most, he had some reputation for being arrogant and noble. However, his unpublished articles, like what the young king said to Pei Nanwei, had long been placed on the desk of the Whispering Room. Even Su Weisheng was shocked and thought highly of him as a young talent who was not familiar with Su Beiji and Chen Shiliang. Zhu Ying's code name in the Whispering Room was Young Phoenix, which was on par with Yu Wandao's Big Luan. Zhu Ying, or Zhu Ying, found that his lips were dry, and he did not know how to speak. Unlike Yang Gongshou, who was shocked when he first saw her, Zhu Ying only felt that she was beautiful when he first saw her. However, he did not have any romantic thoughts. Once on the rolling street after the rain, he accidentally saw her squatting by the street, breaking a dry biscuit in her hand and gently feeding it to a yellow and brown kitten covered in mud. He could not let it go. He knew that even if he was not the eldest grandson of the Zhu family, it was unreasonable and inappropriate to think about a lonely woman who lived alone. However, he could not help it. Just as he was about to speak, the woman had already turned around and looked at him with a frown. She asked, "Who are you?" Zhu Ying's heart was instantly dead. In the past year, although they had never spoken, they had seen each other many times. Was it 15 or 16 times? Zhu Ying's face was pale, and his lips trembled. He could not say a word. He wanted to raise the money bag in his hand. He wanted to say that this was Registrar Su's salary last month. He, Zhu Ying, was a colleague of Bishan County's Yamen. He only came here to give money to Madam. Pei Nanwei, whose head was filled with confusion, rudely pointed at this dumb chicken. You have a problem? Hurry up and scram. She ran to the corner of the wall and picked up a broom. She glared at him, her aura fierce. The young scholar sadly turned around. Pei Nanwei naturally did not know this young man's thoughts. He would not know where his feelings came from just because of her actions on the rolling street. However, with Pei Nanwei's personality, even if she knew, she would not care. She would probably repeat her previous unintentional words. You have a problem. Many years later, Zhu Ying, who had clearly risen to prominence in Beiliang's officialdom, resolutely betrayed the Liang party when it was at its peak. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, he was known throughout the court as an iron and unyielding scholar. He suppressed the Liang party's rise in officialdom many times. No one knew why the iron assistant minister, Zhu Ying, did this, or why he knew that he would stop at the assistant minister position if he went against the general trend. In the end, Zhu Ying, who had quickly become an assistant minister, gave up the opportunity that his family had obtained through the cooperation of several parties. He gave up on becoming a minister in the Ministry of Rights and resigned. However, he did not return to his hometown. Instead, he went to Beiliang, which was filled with political enemies. He established a school in Yuzhou and became a Confucian scholar. His reputation did not lose out to the previous dynasty's Yao Baifeng. In Zhu Ying's life, other than his family's marriage, he only took a concubine in his later years in Yanji County in Yuzhou. That concubine was young and beautiful. Zhu Ying was already old. This action caused Zhu Ying to be criticized by the Central Plains. Someone wrote a poem, A Pear Blossom Suppressing a Begonia, to ridicule him. Zhu Ying did not care. He died in Beiliang and was posthumously given the title of Wenjin in the court. Until Zhu Ying resigned and died in Beiliang, the situation of the various parties in the court fighting against the Liang party did not change. County Magistrate Yang Gongshou, who had suppressed Master Zhu in Bishan County, used his identity as a member of the Liang party to rise up the ranks. In the end, he became the administrator of Lianhui Taoism and had a good relationship with Zhu Ying. When he rushed to Beiliang's Yuzhou to pay respects to his friend, Yang Gongshou suddenly saw a young woman in mourning clothes. She looked similar to the woman they had seen in Bishan County in their early years. The administrator, who had only revealed a little sadness in his friend's mourning hall, was suddenly overcome with sorrow and tears. Chapter 2030. At this very moment, the woman who had chased away the unknown lecher with a broom sat under the eaves. That old woman quickly paid her a visit and began to ramble on and on again. However, compared to the trivial family matters from before, the old woman spoke more about the battle outside the pass that she had heard about. She said that the northern Mang barbarians were about to be unable to hold on much longer. Over at Northern Barbarian City in Liang Province, they had fought from autumn last year to summer this year. Who knew how many barbarians had died? Once summer arrived, let alone launching a siege, just the mountains of corpses were difficult to deal with, making it even more difficult to endure. Pei Nanwei listened absent-mindedly. She was a bit sleepy and yawned. Suddenly, she saw the younger woman walk into the courtyard and sit down on the dirt steps at their feet. The old woman's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the younger woman lowered her head guiltily. Pei Nanwei had always been called an idiot by a certain someone, but as a woman from a wealthy family who could become the consort of a vassal king, she naturally wasn't stupid. It was just that there were too many things that she couldn't be bothered to care about. Probably because she was too bored, Pei Nanwei used her finger to poke the delicate woman's back and asked with a smile, "Something on your mind? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you." The delicate woman lowered her head even more. The old woman hurriedly stopped her. Lady Pei, how could little Yang have anything on her mind? She's just a girl from a small family. Pei Nanwei smiled and said, all right, she's still from a small family. Her roots belong to that woman from Mount Qingliang. Maybe she's even heard of that guy's name. Otherwise, she wouldn't be sitting here with Granny. Today, let's just pretend we're ordinary neighbors. There's no Dushui House, Eagle House, or Vassal King, or Mount Qingliang. How about it? We'll just talk about some women's whispers. It's not a big deal. In any case, if the three of us don't say anything, no one will know. Little Yang. I'll just take your surname as Yang for now. Say it if you like it, Sister Pei, and Granny Zhao will help you plan it. The young woman raised her head and looked at the old woman uneasily. The old woman sighed and nodded. Only this time, there's no next time. The former timidly said, Sister Pei, I like... At this point, she couldn't say anything else. The old woman coldly snorted and said, County Magistrate Yang Gongshou. He's just an embroidered pillow, yet he calls himself a poet and sword. Last year, he spent 26 taels of silver to hire someone in front of the prince, and Lady Pei, you must be blind to take a fancy to this kind of aristocratic family descendant. The young woman pursed her lips, feeling a little resentful, but she didn't dare to refute. This little Yang, little Yang, little Yang, little Yang, little Yang, little Yang. Little Yang, don't be scared by Granny Zhao, although you're both surnamed Yang. If you're outside of Bailiang, especially in places like Gangnam-do where there are many scholarly families, it would be a bit troublesome. Why is that? Because in the past, Great Qin didn't mind marriages between people with the same surname. But after the Great Qin, people with the same surname didn't marry each other. It became an unwritten rule that the imperial court didn't care about, but scholars loved to care about. However, after the 8 kingdoms and the 10 great clans were gone, they didn't care too much about this. However, that county magistrate surnamed Yang is probably from a large family in the Central Plains. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to come to Bailiang and wouldn't have been able to become a county magistrate so quickly. So, little Yang, if the elders in your family don't mind, it's best if you change your surname. She talked from surname marriages to the traditions of the large families in the Central Plains. Then she talked about the women fighting for favor in the courtyard. Finally, she talked about the fights between the houses within the high walls. She talked about the status of a mother because of her son, and those titled madams that were out of the reach of ordinary people. Pei Nanwei was, after all, a woman who had been carefully groomed by the prestigious Pei family. She explained the profound knowledge in simple terms. Not only were the young women listening attentively, but even the old woman, who had originally intended to listen for the time being, was also a little entranced. Pei Nanwei spoke in high spirits. The young woman's eyes lit up as she listened, and the old woman nodded repeatedly. In particular, Pei Nanwei taught the young woman step by step how to pretend to be a landowning woman whose family had declined. She taught her how to pay attention to the way she spoke, which books she should read, and how to hold back when talking with the man she liked. The 2 spies and men of sacrifice, who were of a great age difference, had their horizons broadened. They only felt that they were both women. That was because the woman named Pei Nanwei was a top-notch martial grandmaster. She was worthy of being the number 1 person in the world who could make our prince walk with his hands on the wall. Pei Nanwei spoke in high spirits. She was about to talk about the most obscure matter in the woman's boudoir when a chestnut lightly hit the back of her head. A warm voice came from behind her. There is no woman as shameless as you. Your man doesn't know the rules of the family. The 2 spies, one big and one small, were like they were struck by lightning. They suddenly stood up and quickly went to the bottom of the steps. They knelt on one knee and didn't even dare to breathe. Their eyes were fixed on the ground. Other than the panic in their eyes, there was also respect from the bottom of their hearts and passion. 10 years to cultivate Song Yushu, 100 years to cultivate Su Fengnian, 1,000 years to cultivate Lu Dongxian. Not to mention that their lives were only 100 years. Pei Nanwei didn't turn her head in a fit of pique. That person squatted down beside her and smiled gently at the two Fu Shui elites in the courtyard. Get up. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. Don't be so reserved when you come here in the future. It's good to be like today. It won't be so lifeless. The two of them stood up and nodded. That person looked at the red-faced young man of sacrifice. Yang Gongshou, right? Don't worry, I'll help you make connections. Later, I'll give you a landowning household identity. But for now, you need to stay in Bishan County. He nodded to the old woman. The latter understood tacitly and left the courtyard with the juniors of the Fu Shui house who had descended from the sky. Pei Nanwei still didn't turn her head. Is the war over? He sighed. Northern Barbarian City has been defended, and the Northern Mang barbarians haven't suffered any serious injuries. Their remaining army of less than 200,000 has retreated without chaos. So I reckon we'll have to fight another battle. However, victory is already in our Northern Liang's hands. I need to go to Jizhou Pass to see the old concubine of the old Eastern Yu. I also need to greet some people. I won't be at ease if others go. She turned abruptly, threw her arms around him, and hugged him to her bosom with all her might. Her eyes were red as she cried like a child. I won't let you go. A muffled voice came from between her majestic breasts. Then don't suffocate me to death here. Her face instantly turned red, and she fiercely pushed away the bastard who was still pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of her. Su Fengnian was pushed away. He waved his sleeve and flicked it into the distance. Lu Yunzhang, who was squatting on the wall and watching the show, was hit in the forehead by the flick. He fell to the ground with a thud in the alley outside the courtyard. The young girl, Wang Sheng, crossed her arms in front of her chest. She sneered when she saw the battered Lu Yunzhang stand up. Yu Dilong, who had met his master and the other two outside the town, had no choice but to return with them. He looked very conflicted and didn't dare to look at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Come with me to the town's restaurant to buy wine for master." Yu Dilong grunted and didn't think too much about it. Lu Yunzhang smiled evilly. "You two go buy wine. I'll help master keep an eye on this place to prevent assassins from sneaking up on us." Wang Sheng, who was carrying a sword and a case, reached out to hold the hilt of her sword. Lu Yunzhang raised his hands. Fine. I'm afraid of you." Yu Dilong was at a loss. Lu Yunzhang shook his head and sighed. "Earthworm you, why don't you get it?" Yu Dilong's aura changed. One-on-one. Lu Yunzhang felt a headache coming on. He really couldn't beat this earthworm. At this moment, his master and mistress had already walked out of the courtyard. Wang Sheng's eyes hid some inexplicable joy. Pei Nanwei sent the four of them to the corner of the alley. Then she quickly turned and left. The four of them walked on the wheeled street. Only Yu Dilong, who originally needed to rush to Yuzhou, was leading his horse. Su Fengnian suddenly said, "Yu Dilong, there's a child named Go Yufang in Wudang Mountain. Be careful in the future." Yu Dilong was surprised. "Ah, why?" Su Fengnian said playfully. "Xie Guaniying, Dong Tai, the first sage of the Zhang family, can be considered half his master. In the future, he might have to add half of Wudang's sect master, Li Yufu. Why do you think?" Yu Dilong responded indifferently. Clearly, he didn't care much. Su Fengnian snorted. "Lu Yunzhang, I'm reminding you not to be up to no good. Do you remember? Lu Yunzhong made a face and hugged the back of his head with both hands. I know. Su Fengnian smiled. You will have opponents too. Lu Yunzhong immediately jumped up in joy. Who is it? Su Fengnian was baffled. Someone who might become the third strongest person in the world. Furthermore, he's younger than you. Su Fengnian's words came true, and the third strongest person in the world had always been in the hands of a woman who used a saber. Her surname was Tao. Su Fengnian looked back and shouted, In 3 or 4 years at most, we will go to Jiangnan together. In the alley, Pei Nanwei, who had been hiding in the same place and didn't leave, secretly raised the corner of her mouth. She spread out her arms, her fingertips gently touched the wall of the alley, and walked briskly to the small courtyard, because she felt that it was only 3 or 4 years. At that time, she wouldn't be old. On the Guangling River, on a brightly lit yellow dragon ship, a man and a woman stood side by side on the bow of the ship to enjoy the scenery. The young man wearing the Liyang king's robe whispered, You have been wronged. The beautiful woman gently held his hand and shook her head. Her smile was gentle. The young king slammed the railing. This Song Li is too bold. Wait for this king. She suddenly covered his mouth. Chapter 2031. The young king held her hand with a sad expression. He turned around and stared at her face that he never got tired of looking at. He squeezed out a smile. Don't worry, Zhao Sun, will not be so depressed. The 3 kings of Liyang, Yan Qi King Zhao Bing, Shu King Chen Jibao, and King of Jing'an, Zhao Sun, joined forces to rebel. Among them, Zhao Bing was the most infamous, Chen Jibao was the most feared, and Zhao Sun was the most lamentable. Even if the court knew that Zhao Sun would be promoted to the throne by the other 2 kings in the future, there were still many civil officials of Liyang who believed that the young king was forcibly imprisoned in the spring snow building and was a pitiful puppet used by Zhao and Chun to deceive the world. In fact, Great Peace City only guessed half right. Zhao Sun did not want to rebel, but it was false to say that Zhao Sun did not want to usurp the throne. The 2 kings of King of Jing, and whose territory was located in the waste of the Central Plains, from Zhaoheng to Zhao Sun, always had the ambition to fight for the throne. This point, the 2 kings of Beiliang knew. The previous emperor of Liyang, Yuan Bunshi, knew. The blind man Lu Su, who used to be an advisor in the king's mansion, knew. The current Nalin Yusi also knew. Zhao Sun regretted his unwillingness to believe that piece of paper. The handwriting on that piece of paper was not unfamiliar to him. It was the handwriting of the servant girl by the blind man's side. She wanted him, Zhao Sun, to quickly return to Jinggan Road after Wu Zhongshuan had quelled the battle at Guangling Road. But Zhao Sun wanted to personally take the woman beside him to enjoy the scenery of Guangling Road. He also wanted to build a good relationship with the generals and civil officials who were bound to rise in the court. So he decided to attend the celebration banquet in the spring snow building before leaving Guangling Road. Then there was the current situation. At first, Zhao Sun thought that it was a blessing in disguise because someone told him that they would help him, Zhao Sun, to become the emperor. No matter what the conspiracy was, Zhao Sun chose to believe it. After all, that person's words were more convincing than Yan Qi King Zhao Bing. The reason was simple. That person was called Nalin Yusi. It's just that recently Zhao Sun's life was very sullen and depressed. That General Song Li, who used to be from the Spring Snow House, was once the deputy Jidushi, whose rank was second only to Jidushi Lu Baijia, and administrator Wang Xiongui among all the Liyang officials of the Guangling Dao. Now that he had made great contributions on the northern front, he was becoming more and more arrogant and domineering. Not long ago, he had boarded the ship and shamelessly asked for the woman beside him with a smile. Zhao Sun was so angry that he trembled, but in the end, he did not say anything. Song Li did not dare to openly steal from the ship. This auspicious general, who had been called a slave of 3 surnames by Great Peace City, didn't forget to kindly remind the young vassal before disembarking. With the old Wang Fei's age, no matter how beautiful she is, how many years can she have? Why don't you give her to me, Song Li, to keep a mistress? I will repay you in the future. Everyone knew that Guangling Road had a general surnamed Song. Not only was he the confidant of Guangling King, Zhao Yi, but he was also called a blessing general by Zhao Yi. He liked to collect the beauties of the world. After the restoration of West Chu, the army of the Liyang imperial court finally breached West Chu's capital. Song Li naturally reaped a bountiful harvest. He sighed. Then it was Zhao Bing's army that took over this ill-fated city. Song Li, with the high position of Liang Zhenan general, decisively chose to submit to the king of Yen. How could Song Li be empty-handed? It was rumored that even the king of Yen Zhenan, Zhao Bing, had jokingly asked at a banquet, "General Song, do you need a residence to raise beauties?" Song Li, who was highly regarded, only replied with one sentence, which made all the men present gasp in admiration. "Both, the more the better." The king of Yen clapped his hands and cheered, promising on the spot, "I will not disappoint General Song in this lifetime. In the future, when the Rouge rankings of the Central Plains are released, there will be a beauty sent to the Song Fu." Also, Song Li was not just trusted by the king of Yen Zhenan and had been given military power. Song Li and the king of Yen Zhenan, His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu, were close and called each other brothers. Facing someone as popular as Song Li, how could Zhao Sun, who only had the title of king, respond? Zhao Sun frowned as he looked at the lights of the ships on the river. She reached out and smoothed his forehead. He smiled. "Let's go back to the cabin." The two returned to the luxurious residence that was shaped like a cage. There was a beautifully made carved clothes rack in the cabin. On the clothes rack, there was a magnificent yellow dragon robe. When Nalen Yusi came to visit, there was a maid holding a dragon robe beside the only surviving spring and autumn period strategist. During this time, the king of Liang, Zhao Sun, stroked the dragon robe again and again. His eyes were obsessed, and he silently counted the golden dragons. Tonight, he came to the clothes rack again and reached out to touch the golden dragons on the dragon robe. Finally, he even squatted down and touched the Seawater River edge at the bottom. The young man suddenly raised his head and looked at her. He asked with a smile, "Do you know that there are only 8 golden dragons on this dragon robe? Why isn't the number 9 in the 9 and 5 venerated 9? She thought for a moment. The emperor is the real dragon son of heaven. Is the number 9 when he wears the dragon robe? He got up and laughed. He pinched her cheek and shook his head. "You are wrong. The last golden dragon is embroidered on the inner lapel. If you don't believe me, you can open the lapel and see." She hesitated for a moment. She still didn't touch the clothes that all men in the world dreamed of. Zhao Sun suddenly took off the dragon robe and asked the woman to stand still. Then he helped her put on the dragon robe. She was stunned from the beginning to the end and didn't know what to do. After Zhao Sun meticulously helped the woman straighten the dragon robe, he stepped back a few steps. His eyes were red, and he smiled softly. "I know that many people in Jingan Road scolded you as a female king. They said that you are a femme fatale, but I don't care." She wanted to say something, but stopped. Zhao Sun let the tears flow. "I know you are not her. You are not her. I don't care who put you around me. I cared a lot at first, but now I don't care at all. Why? I like you. I just like you. Even if you change your face now, I still like you. You." Shu Xiong bit her lips, causing strands of blood to seep out. Zhao Sun suddenly smiled. He bowed and said softly, "Your husband greets his wife." The candles in the room were bright. She was wearing a dragon robe, like a woman wearing a wedding dress. She slowly curtsied and said in a graceful voice, "Your Majesty." It was on the Guangling River and in the Yellow Dragon fortress ship. Zhao Bing, the Prince of Yanqi, was sitting on an embroidered stool and drinking. Although the old man did not wear a king's robe or iron armor, he had accumulated great power. In fact, among the many princes of Liang who participated in the fight for the throne, Zhao Bing's military achievements were the most prominent. He deserved to be the first person of the Zhao family. It was said that Zhao Bing was on his way to the king's residence. When he crossed the Guangling River south, he looked north and asked the counselor beside him with a smile, "Zhao Yi, king of Guangling, Zhao Heng, king of Jing'an, Zhao Ying, king of Huainan, and Zhao Sui, king of Jiaodong. Do these guys have half of my military function?" A handsome middle-aged man leaned against the window and looked sideways at the surging river. He held the cup with 3 fingers and twirled it gently. Zhao Bing sighed heavily and said helplessly, "Sir, can't you let go of those 2 bastards? At least let them live. Anyway, they can't make waves in the future." Nalen Yusi did not turn his head and said indifferently, "Bastards? Both of them are your sons. Why are you scolding yourself?" Zhao Bing was speechless. Nalen Yusi continued, "The 2 sons of the king of Yanqi deliberately leaked military secrets to Great Peace City. They almost let His Royal Highness die in the southern battlefield of the capital. Not to mention the 2 sons. Even if their father dares to do this, I will beat him to death." Zhao Bing rolled his eyes and said in a muffled voice, "I'm scared of you." Nalen Yusi finally turned his head and said seriously, "Do you want an only son who can sit firmly on the dragon throne, or do you want to be a tattered founding emperor of a second fallen country after wearing the dragon robe for a few years?" Zhao Bing waved his hand as if he had a headache and said, "Sir, you have the final say? Damn it, I can only win against you once in my life." Nalen Yusi smiled and asked, "Then I can send the order to bring 2 cups of wine for the child to drink?" Zhao Bing's face immediately became awkward. He lowered his head and said nothing. Nalen Yusi did not force the king to make an immediate decision. He turned his head and looked out of the window again. He seemed to be talking to himself. In the end, even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs. If you don't hesitate about this kind of thing, I, Nalen Yusi, will not help you to this step today. Of course, I won't live until now. Zhao Bing put down the wine cup, clenched his fists, and exhaled heavily. "Do as you say. I, Zhao Bing, will pretend that I have never had these 2 sons." Nalen Yusi nodded. "You have such a good son like Zhao Zhu. You should be satisfied. Look at the son of the old king of Jing and Zhao Heng, Zhao Sun, who dreams of being the emperor. In the end, he can't even protect the woman he loves. Look at the son of the king of Beilyang, Su Xiao, Su Fenyin." The first half of the words was very heartwarming, but the second half of the sentence, Zhao Bing couldn't help laughing and scolding. "Stop, stop. Aren't you insulting me? You scholars are full of bad ideas." Nalen Yusi laughed it off. Zhao Bing's mood improved a little, and he softly advised, "The river breeze is strong, and Sir's body is... In short, don't stand at the window to be blown by the wind." Nalen Yusi sat back on the stool, poured a glass of wine for Zhao Bing, and said slowly, "The most interesting thing about the ancient people is that most of them have a heart-wrenching story. It's a pity that the most famous rouge, the red cheeks, is a tribute. People can't buy it, even if they have money. It's a pity that the female in the flower sculpture, Erhong, in fact, is not delicious at all." Chapter 2032. Zhao Bing took the wine glass and drank the new, or hong that was said to have been buried under the ground for more than 10 years. He thought deeply and said, "This wine is not good to drink." Nayland Yusi sighed. "The use of scholars is to drink, eat, read, write, and pass down all the interesting things of the ancient people." Zhao Bing asked, "What about people like me and lame Su?" Nayland Yusi smiled and said, "You guys, the only use of making the life of a scholar so comfortable is to prevent the scholar from getting carried away and forgetting his roots." Zhao Bing reached out and picked up a piece of marinated beef on the side dish, chewed it slowly, and nodded after a long silence, "It tastes good." Nayland Yusi said straightforwardly, "Don't pretend to know when you don't know. It's been almost 30 years, but you still can't change your habit of eating shit." Zhao Bing didn't care and laughed. "I'm exposed by you again." Thinking back to that year, the two first met in the capital of Liang. At that time, Liang was still just a corner of the northern barbarian country, and Zhao Bing was just one of the many princes with low prestige. At that time, there were 4 people present, and 3 of them were familiar with each other: Prince Zhao Bing, surplus General Su Shao, poor scholar Li Yishan, and Nayland Yusi. Among the 4, Nayland Yusi, who was born in a rich family, was the most famous. Zhao Bing and Su Shao were far inferior. As for Li Yishan, he couldn't be compared with them. At that gathering, after drinking too much, Zhao Bing stepped on the bench and laughed loudly. "If I knew that drinking is going to piss, I would have drunk piss at the beginning." Then Nayland Yusi, who was as elegant as an immortal, sneered, "If I knew that eating is going to shit, why not eat shit at the beginning?" Zhao Bing couldn't sit still and fell to the ground. Zhao Bing only remembered that Su Shao gave a thumbs up to Nayland Yusi at that time, and Li Yishan shook his head and didn't say anything. At this time this year, 2 of the 4 people had died. Fortunately, the 2 people who were alive were not only alive, but they could also sit and drink together. Zhao Bing looked at the strategist, who was still as attractive as ever, and said gently, "Sir, the greatest fortune of Zhao Bing's life is to have you by my side for 30 years. This strategist of the spring and autumn period had never married or had children. No matter what Nayland Yusi's original intention was, Zhao Bing, the king of Yanqi, knew that if Mr. Nayland had a son, there would be many changes in the world in the future. Just like when Su Shao had the eldest son, there was immediately the white clothes case in the capital. Zhao Bing might not be as ruthless as the old emperor, but he would definitely feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. Zhao Bing also poured a cup of wine for Nayland Yusi. Lu Shengxiang has a young military general called Guo Dongfeng under his command. He is quite troublesome. Even Zhang Dingyuan and Gu Ying suffered losses." Nayland Yusi smiled and said, "Only you, Zhao Bing, can have a great general, but Li Yang can't have a good general?" Nanjiang infantry generals Zhang Dingyuan, Gu Ying, Yuanzhou General Yi Xiufeng, Hezhou General Liang Yu, and Wu Zhongshuan's subordinates Tang, He, and Li Chunyu were all capable generals. Adding on Song Li, Yuan Tingshan, Qi Shents, and a large group of surrendered generals of the imperial court, as well as Dian Xiongnan, Wei Fuqing, and the others under the white-clothed soldier saint, it was definitely enough to take down that great city of Liyang. On the other hand, the young child Zhao Zhuan only had Lu Shengxiang, Tang Taihuang, Su Gong, Yang Huchen, and the others under his command. Of course, there were other people in Great City who knew how to manage and use troops, and there were definitely many of them. However, they might not have the chance to lead troops. For example, Changshan Commandery Prince Xiaoyang, Duke Yen Gao Shiji, and Marquis Huayang Songdowning. Pursuing the world, the general situation was the most important. Crossing the Guangling River in one go was the general situation. Roping in the King of Jing and Zhao Sun was the general situation. Successfully instigating Wu Zhongshuan was the general situation. In reality, in this process, the king of Yanqi, Zhao Bing, had not used up many soldiers. However, anyone with eyes would know that the general situation of the world was leaning towards him. Of course, the true great battles and bitter battles still had to be fought. If one wanted to take over the world in the end, especially when it came to rebellion, there was no such thing as a one-time and permanent deal. Even after sitting on the dragon throne, it could be repeated for a dozen years. However, Nalen Yusi had already given a plan to deal with all of this. He might not have been able to take care of everything, but Zhao Bing was not as the outside world said. He was just a mediocre vassal king who was like a marionette. His title of vassal king was only less valuable than Su Zhao's title. To put it bluntly, if Zhao Bing could still lose after Mr. Nalen had created this great situation, he might as well eat shit. Zhao Bing suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Are we really going to let Chen Jibao lead an army of 80,000 to attack Jizhou?" After Chen Jibao rushed to the Central Plains, he had a total of 60,000 Western Shu soldiers. This time, Zhao Bing gave the white-clothed war saint 20,000 elite cavalry, and it was a well-deserved 20,000 elite cavalry. Nalen Yusi said calmly, In this world, there is no place for him. There is not even a place for him to stand." Zhao Bing frowned and said, "May I ask, sir, why do you think so?" Nalen Yusi did not answer the question. What was the scene in the temple of Liang before Zhang Julu died? Zhao Bing drank slowly and pondered carefully. Finally, he raised his head and laughed at himself. "I don't quite understand, but since you said so, I think so." Nalen Yusi sighed and said with a complicated expression, "Zhao Bing, there are so many heroes in the world, but why did you get the world in the end? There is a reason." Zhao Bing grinned and asked, "Sir, are you praising me?" Nalen Yusi said angrily, "There is no wine." Zhao Bing stood up and said softly, "Rest early, the situation is settled. Sir, don't worry too much. This king will return to Great Peace City with you." Nalen Yusi nodded his head. After the king of Yen walked out of the cabin, he said to the 5 beautiful maids outside the room, "Take good care of Sir." Dongyue, Western Shu, Fengdu, 3 corpses, Chung Lu. The 5 maids accepted the order softly. After Zhao Bing walked out a few steps, he turned his head and reminded a woman, "Chung Lu, quickly go in and add a fur coat for Sir." The maid smiled sweetly and quickly left to get the precious marten fur coat that the vassal king ordered someone to send over not long ago. When Nalen Yusi walked out of the room with a pot of wine, the maid Chung Lu brought the marten fur coat. After putting it on, he walked to the deck of the ship with the 5 maids and walked to the railing at the bow of the ship. Nalen Yusi held the pot in front of him with one hand and one hand behind his back. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "A Zhang Julu seeking his own death. Half a Gu Jiantang, desperate. Next is Chen Jibao. And finally you, Su Fenyin." The maid who had been to Beiliang's north rejecting city asked softly, "Sir, do you want to go to the northwest and see?" Nalen Yusi shook his head and said, "No need." After a long silence, there was only the sound of the river. He suddenly threw the wine pot in his hand into the Guangling River, and then said, "Call Lin Honyuan over from the Spring Snow Building." About 3 hours later, Lin Honyuan of the Southern Border Dragon Palace came to the ship. Nalen Yusi had already returned to the cabin. After Lin Honyuan closed the door, he gestured for the woman to sit opposite him. Lin Honyuan sat upright. Nalen Yusi smiled. "Are you full of guilt for deceiving the person you love?" Lin Honyuan suddenly blushed and defended, "Sir, I don't like—" Nalen Yusi said softly, "Whether you like or not, you will know soon, but the feelings above like may not be known immediately. You are still young, and it may take many years to know. If you like someone else during this period, It's another story. Lin Hongyuan was at a loss of what to do, and his heart trembled with fear. At the foot of Wudong Mountain, in the restaurant, the conspiracy that dragged many people into the water, the interlocking encounter and assassination, was from the layout of the palace master of the Dragon Palace. To be precise, it was Mr. Nayland sitting opposite her. It was not only aimed at the young king, but also at the young prince. It was not to kill, but to destroy the heart. Nayland Yusi seemed a little tired and said in a low voice, "Lin Hongyuan, if there is a chance in the future, go and apologize to that person, not only for yourself, but also for me, Nayland Yusi." Nayland Yusi repeated softly, "If there is a chance." Lin Hongyuan left the ship in a daze. Finally, Nayland Yusi let the 5 maids walk into the room and smiled softly. "Don't think about the Empress. After all, there is Zhang Gaoxia, but according to the law of Liang, there are 4 imperial concubines in the harem. Among you who doesn't want to be the imperial concubine, take a step forward." Nayland Yusi didn't ask who wanted to be the imperial concubine, but asked who didn't want to be the imperial concubine. This was directly to the people's heart. The 5 of them all took a step forward, almost at the same time. Almost. Only one person was a little slow. Nayland Yusi didn't point out anything. He just smiled and said, "Sir Nose, you all go down." Since the 4 silly girls were not willing to be the caged bird, then it was her. However, Nayland Yusi also knew that she wasn't the smartest among the 5. She really wanted to be the imperial concubine. It was nothing more than that she was afraid that someone would unscrupulously settle accounts in the future after the death of her childless husband. Prince Zhaozhou and Emperor Zhaozhou. There would be 2 people. This couldn't be blamed on Zhaozhou. His Royal Highness's temperament was actually kind enough. Even if Su Fengnian became the emperor, it was the same. Nayland Yusi lay on the table with sleepy eyes. He felt a little distressed for her. In the love between men and women in the world, after the love was deep, the one who lived longer would often be more painful. Nayland Yusi slowly closed his eyes and whispered a name. Ishan. The heroic women in the world only hated themselves for being a woman. But I, Nayland Yusi, only hated myself for being a man. The word love, I don't know where it starts and where it rests. I don't know where it starts and where it ends. I don't know where it ends. I don't know what you know. I don't know where to stop. The autumn wind was chilly. In the northeast area of the rich Gangnam-do and the barren Lianhuai Road, more than a dozen horses stopped at a mountaintop. Chapter 2033. Jian Xiongzong and Wei Fuqing, one of the 4 fangs of Beiliang in the past, were among them. The rider between the 2 was a young general who had followed them to Shu. A white-clothed man was holding a famous spear, plum wine. The rider beside the white-clothed war saint was His Royal Highness, Zhao Zhu. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Your Highness, I won't send you off." Chen Zhibao only nodded. He squeezed the horse's belly and rode ahead, following the mountain ridge to the north. Jian Xiongzong and Wei Fuqing followed closely behind. The 2 smiled and patted the young man's shoulder. The young general's face was full of tears, but he did not speak from beginning to end. Zhao Zhu sighed and winked at the young cavalry general. "Che Yi, why do I feel like I'm a hedonistic son who forcefully snatches a woman? It feels very sinful." The young man named Che Yi snorted coldly. Very quickly, he regained his rigid and stiff face. He was indeed worthy of being called the little king of Shu in the Western Shu sect. He had learned all of Chen Zhibao's teachings. Zhao Zhu was quite fond of this fellow. He could not help it. Not only was he handsome, but he was also fierce in leading troops into battle. Even his trusted generals, Zhang Dingyuan, Gu Ying, and the others were convinced by him. How could Zhao Zhu not be moved by such a talent? Thus, when Qingji Bao decided to leave him with Che Yi, after Che Yi left him, Zhao Zhu almost wanted to set off a few firecrackers to celebrate. Regardless of whether it was at Laziku on the border between western Shudao's Wushou and northern Liang's Lingzhou, or following Qingji Bao in charging and breaking through enemy lines in Guangling Dao, or attacking Lu Xingxiang's army earlier, Che Yi had displayed astonishing talent in troop movement. He was ruthless and accurate. He had a talent that could only be explained by intuition. Thus, Zhao Zhu often joked, "Che Yi, if you are willing to betray the Prince of Shu, I will let you be the #1 general under my command for 100 years. Che Yi stayed behind, following His Royal Highness, Crane Province's General Liang Yu and Yuanzhou's General Yi Shoufeng, both of whom felt very gratified. Zhao Zhu turned his head to look at the tall and handsome young woman. He chuckled and said, "Gao Xia, I told you I will definitely take you into Great Peace City. When the time comes, don't forget that vow." Zhang Gaoxia, whose ears were red, said expressionlessly, "Wait until you enter Great Peace City." Zhang Gaoxia was the daughter of Grand Secretary Zhang Julu, who had fled after his death. The two martial Dao grandmasters who had stayed by Zhao Zhu's side after leaving Martial Emperor City, Gong Bonk and the female fist Grandmaster Linya, smiled at each other. After interacting for a long time, the two of them were very satisfied with this king of Yanqi, His Royal Highness. He was both a hero and an ambitious person. To put it simply, he was a wise ruler. If a scholar does not tire of learning, he can become a saint. If a wise ruler does not tire of people, he can become powerful. Zhao Zhu glanced at the silent rider out of the corner of his eye. Compared to Liang Yu, Linya, and the others who were approaching in 2s and 3s, this person seemed very out of place. His surname was Jiang. However, Mr. Nalin's words revealed the truth. This person of the Jiang called Jiang Fuding was actually the illegitimate son of Li Yang Di Shi Yuan Bunshi. Zhao Zhu only knew that the fist Grandmaster Linya and he were old acquaintances. Even a blind person could see that the proud female Grandmaster had a strange feeling when compared to Jiang Fuding, who was 10 years younger than her. However, for some reason, the two of them were clearly in love with each other, but were not willing to break through that layer of paper. Even Zhao Zhu felt anxious for them. Several times, he spoke up for them, but did not have a good ending. Once he was gently punched in the face by Linya, who flew into a rage out of humiliation. Then, his face was bruised and swollen for half a year. At that time, as long as he, Zhao Zhu, appeared in the military, there would be a military general who knew him well. Who would have thought that the situation would be so tragic? His Royal Highness is fighting so hard on the front lines. I only hate that I can't share His Royal Highness' burdens. I can't make a name for myself on the battlefield. I can't escape the death penalty. Every time he was teased by those boorish men, the young His Royal Highness would laugh and pull him along. Among them, the handsome General Guing only had a young son and no daughter. Logically speaking, he should be able to escape this calamity. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Crown Prince earnestly said, with father-in-law Gu's appearance and bearing, "I, Zhao Zhu, will bear with it for a while. Wait for a while. It's not impossible for that child to be 4 or 5 years old." His Royal Highness, whose bruises were almost healed, was punched again. Guing, Zhang Dingyuan, and Liang Yu Yi Xiufeng, who followed Zhao Zhu here, and even Tang He Chunyu, who used to be Wu Zhongshuan's subordinates. As long as they were generals of Nanjiang, they all admired His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu very much. Nalin Yusi once had a conclusion about this young man. The winter is warm, but not scorching. Who wouldn't like it? Therefore, although Zhao Zhu was the legitimate son of King Yanqi, Zhao Bing, he was not the eldest son. However, When Nanjiang was conferred the title of crown prince, Zhao Bing did not choose his elder brother, nor was he the youngest son, who was most doted on by the princess. Zhao Zhu sighed softly in his heart. He actually had a grudge against Jiang Fuding, because no matter if it was in the Jianghu or the court, this person had a deep grudge against that person. But after Jiang Fuding had arrived, Mr. Nayland had jokingly said to Zhao Zhu in private how high his Royal Highness position can be in the future, and how high Jiang Fuding's position as under your command can be determined by a single leaf. Why don't you consider it yourself? In the end, Nayland Yusi asked straightforwardly, in the future, if you face the south in Great Peace City, can you tolerate Yuan Tingshan, Jean Lanting, and the like to rise under your eyes? At the time, Zhao Zhu did not give an answer. It was unknown whether he was unwilling or unable. Maybe he was afraid he would disappoint Mr. Nayland. But maybe he was more afraid he would disappoint himself. Zhao Zhu sat silently on the back of the horse and looked towards the northwest. It was not just because the three grandmasters of Nanjiang, Cheng Baishuang, Mao Shulang, and Ji Lu, had all stood in the same place that year. There had once been a person of the same age who would call him a little beggar. On the top of the mountain, Linya and Gong Bonk also looked into the distance. Their sect brothers Yu Groom and Lu Huang were there. While eldest Shixiang Groom was still alive, Lu Huang had died in the great battle at North Jebei City. Jiang Fuding was the same. His best friend, the late Emperor Zhao Dun's illegitimate son, Zhao Kai, had died at the hands of that young vassal king. His father, on the other hand, had spent most of his life opposing that vassal king's father. The grudges between the two generations had yet to be resolved cleanly. Che Yi was not an exception. He was born in Beimang, but he had once fought alongside that white-clothed war saint as one of the 300,000 Beiliang cavalry outside the pass. Liang Yu and Yi Xiufeng also looked in that direction. As generals, how could they not yearn for that kind of soul-stirring battlefield? For thousands of years, the cavalry battle outside the Northwest Pass was unique. Zhao Zhu slowly retracted his gaze and turned to ask in a loud voice, Mr. Jiang, the letter from Gumu Sushur has almost reached Su Gong's hands, right? Jiang Fuding nodded. Zhao Zhu suddenly flipped off his horse. Under everyone's gaze, he squatted down and pulled out a nameless grass that was half yellow and half green. As he chewed, he laughed. If the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject is disloyal. If the father wants the son dead, the son is unfilial. Now it's up to this Jadushi to see if loyalty comes first or filial piety comes first. Then Zhao Zhu bared his teeth and said, Yang Huchen and Han Fang, these two generals of Jizhou, are too shameless. They directly put Ma Zhongxian and Wen Tai, who treated them with respect, under house arrest. They seized the military power of Jinggan Road and occupied the Central Plains in one go. This is a bit of a headache. If there's a chance, I must find them for a drink. Arm in arm, Yan Huan. Zhao Zhu liked to make friends with people he was familiar with. Those he was more familiar with, he would even put his arm around their shoulders. He never cared about their status. Zhao Zhu raised his head and smiled at everyone. Wait for me at the foot of the mountain. It'll take at most an hour. In the end, only Zhang Gaoxia stayed. The others rode down the mountain. Zhang Gaoxia stood beside the squatting young crown prince and said gently, Are you afraid that you'll fall out with his brother in the future? Zhao Zhu curled his lips. That guy is such a magnanimous person. He won't haggle over every little thing with me, right? Perhaps he was asking himself. Or perhaps he was asking Zhang Gaoxia, whom he had a crush on, or perhaps he was asking that person across thousands of mountains and rivers. Zhao Zhu simply sat cross-legged and raised his head. He said softly, If you're really angry, just hit me twice. I promise I won't fight back. Ha, but I'm a little beggar. When the time comes, I'll be an emperor. Us brothers can just fight in private. Zhang Gaoxiao lowered her head and looked. It was hard to imagine that such a tenacious young man would reveal such a weak attitude. At this moment, she seemed to truly understand this man called Zhao Zhu. She squatted down and gently wiped away his tears. She had never known how to comfort others, so she could only say, "I'll always be by your side in the future." The young man grunted in agreement. The world was not peaceful. Chapter 2034. Fortunately, Huksang City was an important town in the northern part of the state of Aquarius. Since it had not been affected by the raging war and the influx of nobles from the south to the north, Huksang City showed a morbidly prosperous scene. The collapse of the southern dynasty was imminent. Most of the people in Norland were nomads from the grasslands. Beimang dynasty's household registration system had also collapsed by more than half. It did not matter whether one had a travel permit or not. In troubled times, having real money was more useful than anything else. If one wanted to enter a city to seek protection, regardless of one's identity, one had to pay a huge toll. The toll was often directly related to the height of the city walls. At this time, a man who looked like a scholar from the southern dynasty was walking slowly in the crowd. He did not have any servants to escort him. His ivory-white satin robe had long been covered in dust. The passers-by on the street were not surprised. Countless descendants of noble families in the southern dynasty looked like a phoenix that had lost its feathers. On the way to escape, many beautiful concubines and maids had been personally handed over to the powerful nobles in Norland with both hands. This unkempt man had neither a sword nor a saber. However, if one had the leisure to look at him carefully, a woman of a certain age who was more familiar with the affairs of men and women might be able to see that this man had shaved off his beard and had an extremely handsome face that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Today, Beimang was full of a culture of taking pleasure in the face of disaster. Taking advantage of the fall of the noble families in the southern dynasty, many rich women in Norland who liked to keep male companions had reaped a lot of benefits. No one knew how many young men in the southern dynasty had become their playthings. For example, at this time, a carriage pulled by two majestic horses opened the curtain, revealing the face of a woman who was not even a middle-aged woman. Her eyes wandered around like an eagle hunting its prey. After a round, she chose two weak scholars who were walking together. As she pointed at them, the burly maid in the carriage quickly went to solve the problem for her master. She called the leader of the 8 squires and whispered a few words in a low voice. The knight nodded and galloped wildly. He broke through the crowd without any scruples and arrived in front of the two panicking young men. The burly knight sat high on the horse and gently twirled his saber. The two men were so scared that their faces turned white. When the knight bluntly stated the identity and intentions of his master, he pointed the tip of his saber at the carriage. The two young men hesitated for a moment. The knight sneered and pulled out his saber, rubbing the tip of his saber with 2 fingers. The two men quickly accepted their fate and followed the knight from the general's residence to the carriage. After sitting in the carriage, they were embarrassed because they had humiliated their family, but also relieved because they had sold their bodies for safety. The woman who was still holding the curtain glanced at them, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Thin arms and thin legs. Although their arms were not necessarily as thick as hers, this was the taste of a scholar after all. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the slender figure that she could not let go of after catching a glimpse of him. She hesitated whether she should take in another male pet. However, the slightly crowded carriage made her dispel the idea. When the carriage passed by the man again, she thought for a moment. Since she did not have such thoughts for the time being, She felt that she should not let the jealous women in the city take advantage of her. What if this man accidentally became a guest in their house? How awkward would that be? No one could get what she did not want. Therefore, she asked the burly maid to pass a message to the squires to kill the man who looked quite comfortable a moment ago. In troubled times, human lives were not as cheap as dogs in peaceful times. Life and death were only between some people's thoughts. As the wife of a general with real power, she put down the curtain and pricked up her ears, waiting for the pleasant sound of a sword piercing the chest or simply chopping off the head. If it was only because her husband was one of the generals of the Aquarius state, she naturally would not dare to be so unreasonable. However, since her husband was sitting in this position because of her family's noble surname, there were not many people in Huksang City who dared to make irresponsible remarks about her kidnapping a few refugees on the street and accidentally killing a few untouchables. However, after waiting for a moment, she did not hear the pleasant sound she expected. She lifted the curtain in confusion. The centurion of the personal guard returned to the window and bowed with a shocked expression. "Madam, that guy suddenly disappeared." The woman said angrily, "He actually escaped? How can that guy's 2 legs be faster than the 4 legs of a warhorse?" The centurion's fear was not because of the woman's anger, but because of his own strange encounter. He explained in a panic, "Madam, I've already rushed in front of that person and slashed him with my saber, but that guy just disappeared into thin air." The woman frowned and muttered, "Did I see a ghost in broad daylight? Could it be a martial arts master who hides his strength? It doesn't make sense. Our Baimang Jianghu masters are almost completely wiped out in Bailiang. Even if there are fish that escape the net, they would either continue to serve in the army or be recruited by the big families of the southern dynasties as guards." Although the woman and her family were the best among the local forces of the Aquarius state, they were not so arrogant as to provoke those legendary people who flew around. Although there were not many details of the peak battles at the border of Liangmang, where the masters from both sides were sent out, it made the world finally understand a bloody truth. On the battlefield, one person who could fight against 10,000 people might not be able to determine the direction of a large-scale battle. However, if 2 or 3 or even 10 martial arts masters appeared together, the 20 to 30,000 Baimang cavalry would not be enough to kill them. Even if the army of 200,000 wanted to take a step forward, it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky. It could be said that the woman who was associated with the prosperity of Baimang had a gloomy face. She cursed the stubbornness of the Bailiang barbarians, especially the king of Bailiang, who made Baimang suffer a lot. When the woman decided to keep the peace, she waved her hand to signal the loyal centurion not to pursue the matter and put down the curtain. Suddenly, she felt a strange breeze. Not only the woman, but also the sturdy maid and the 2 scholars who were like sheep in a tiger's den were stunned. Only then did the woman realize that there was an uninvited guest sitting beside her. Her chest heaved up and down violently. She turned her head with difficulty and saw that it was the strange man who was travel-worn but could not hide his temperament. The woman sitting on the embroidered stool was indeed a woman from a wealthy family. Even if she clenched her fists and trembled slightly, she still squeezed out a smile. She raised her hand to stop the maid who was trying to protect her after she came back to her senses. She smiled and said, "Sir, are you robbing me of my wealth or my body? No matter which it is, with your courage and spirit that I am deeply impressed by, even if you are robbing me of both, I will accept my fate." The man smiled and said softly, "I'm sorry to disappoint Madame Shintu. I only want the map of the 2 cities of Hujia and Stone Tablet. I want it to be very detailed." The woman smiled coquettishly and asked, "Sir, are you a Bailiang spy? I am a coward. If I am accused of colluding with the Bailiang, My entire family will be wiped out." The man's expression seemed to be a little impatient, but his tone was still kind. He said, "My time is very precious. I believe that Madame Shinto's life is also very precious. If you can't produce the map in an hour, I don't mind." The woman pretended to be a little woman and patted her chest, interrupting the man's words. She said pitifully, "I'm scared to death." "Master, you're a hero with an indomitable spirit. Why do you have to make things difficult for a weak woman? Of course, these 2 maps aren't that important to this servant, as long as you go to this servant's residence." The next moment, the woman, who was trying to avoid the topic, could not say another word. Her head and body were stuck to the back wall of the carriage like a thin piece of paper that was nailed into the wall. Her face quickly turned from red to pale, and then to ashen. She was like a fish that had been pulled ashore, her life hanging by a thread. The female servant had already fainted and was lying limply on the ground like mud. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. The remaining 2 young men who had escaped from Dragonways Province to Hujia City were as silent as cicadas in winter. They tried their best to keep their mouths shut, afraid that they would anger this demon of unknown origin with a single breath. They saw that the man was absent-minded and in a daze, as if he was feeling something. He was then slightly disappointed. When he came back to his senses, he said calmly to the woman, "Perhaps I didn't make it clear earlier. My time is actually much more precious than Madame Shinto's life. If you blink, I will take it that you agree to hand over the 2 maps. I will count to 3. If I don't get an answer, then you will be carried into the general's residence today." The woman, who was about to suffocate to death, used the last of her energy to blink. Only today did she know that it was so difficult for a person to blink. The truth that made her feel the most despair was another matter. Her true life-saving talisman was not the arrogant 8 horsemen retainers on the surface, but the old coachman who did not show his strength. He was a true second-grade master. However, the coachman did not notice the change in the carriage. During this time, she intentionally or unintentionally raised her voice and flirted with the man beside her. Logically speaking, with the old man's second-grade realm, he should have known what was happening behind him. However, the carriage was still moving forward steadily. Could it be that this man who looked less than 30 years old was a first-grade master? Was there such a person in the Beimang Jianghu? The Beimang Jianghu was not like the Liang Jianghu that was far away from the imperial court. There were no secrets to speak of. The man who was sitting cross-legged did not move. The woman, who was the first daughter of the Shinto family, was able to breathe again. The man calmly said, "Madame Shinto, your coachman was once a second-grade, complete martial artist. He used a knife with his left hand. Unfortunately, his organs were severely injured when he was about 40 years old. All these years, he had been nourished with the Tao De Sec's precious medicine to maintain his second-grade realm. Am I wrong?" Chapter 2035. The woman's expression was unsettled. She treated him as an enemy of the Shinto family clan that had been lurking for many years. He knew her family well, or else how could he expose the old coachman's background? The man said with a sarcastic smile, "The reason why I'm saying this is to tell Madame Shinto something. If you cause trouble and delay my time, it really won't be difficult to wipe out a small general's residence." The woman sucked in a cold breath. She sat up straight and removed all pretense. She turned her head and asked in a deep voice, "Sir, do you really only want 2 maps? You won't kill me, and you won't kill anyone in the city?" The man nodded and then closed his eyes to rest. The carriage stopped outside the general's residence. Madame Shinto had planned to let the old coachman retrieve the maps while she remained in the carriage as a hostage. However, The strange man was conceited enough to let her get out of the carriage. He only needed a servant to bring the maps, and did not even need her to appear again. The woman could not help but be speechless. She told the 2 weak scholars who were supposed to be the new male companions to scram. She silently walked into the residence, and in less than 5 minutes returned with 2 rolls of Baimang military maps. She respectfully handed them to the man who was still sitting in the carriage. The latter opened the maps and looked through them carefully. Madame Shinta gathered her courage and secretly sized up the man. His face had a softer outline than the men of Baimang and Norland, but compared to the men of Jiangnan in the Central Plains, he had more edges. Therefore, he could be considered handsome, but at the same time, he did not give off a feminine feeling, especially his beautiful phoenix eyes. When he squinted to look at the maps, they were especially captivating. After the man finished looking at the maps, he closed his eyes and went through them in his mind. After confirming that he had not missed anything, he opened his eyes and handed them back to the woman. He smiled and said, "Madame Shintu is very trustworthy." The 40 or so private soldiers in the residence did not make any secret movements. "I don't have anything to thank Madame for lending me the maps, but I believe there will be opportunities to express my gratitude in the future." The woman felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, when she left her man's study, she decided to avoid trouble. Otherwise, today would have been the death anniversary of many people in the residence. Just as she was feeling emotional, the man suddenly disappeared like a land immortal. The woman suddenly smiled and said, "It is said that the king of Bailiang is not only one of the best masters in the world, but also very handsome. I think this young master is not too far off from the king of Bailiang, right?" If she knew that this man was the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, she would have been scared to death. At first, Su Fengnian was searching for a needle in a haystack within the borders of the Northern Mang and Southern Dynasty. However, he soon realized that he and Sweet Potato's child might not have chosen to go south to avoid disaster. Instead, they might have gone the other way and entered the Norland first. Then they would have waited patiently and looked for an opportunity to die peacefully. But even if the child was really in Norland, he did not know whether the child was on the prairie or in a city. Su Fengnian could only rely on his remaining intuition to search. It was very likely that everything would be in vain. In fact, if he searched Huxiao City and Stone Tablet City, even if he still could not find the child, he would have to return. Perhaps the child was no longer alive, but this was actually the most likely, maybe. Su Fengnian did not dare to think about it. He did not dare to think about it. Su Fengnian strolled around Hujia City, stopping every now and then. One moment, he could be standing under the eaves of a secluded restaurant, looking at the people on the street. The next moment, he could be in an alley where children's laughter could be heard. Then he could be standing on the roof of an inconspicuous building. From the scorching sun at noon to the setting sun, until dusk came, Su Fengnian sat on the steps of a dilapidated ancient temple in a poor market in the northwest corner of Huxiao City. Along the way, he had hoped thousands of times and been disappointed thousands of times. Even so, he had not given up hope. Su Fengnian told himself that his child must be waiting for him somewhere. Waiting for him, the father who had wronged them so much. The ancient temple behind him had been abandoned for many years. It did not exude any Buddhist aura. All that was left was a gloomy light. There was a large open space in front of the temple. Su Fengnian was about to stand up when he saw a group of children running towards him. Some of them were 3 or 4 years old, while others were 7 or 8 years old. They were all dressed in the most ordinary Baimang clothes. They were carefree, and most of them were holding low-quality bamboo paper kites made by their parents. 7 or 8 children were playing kite fighting. In the Jiangnan region of the Central Plains, children, regardless of whether they were rich or poor, also liked to fly kites. However, they were all flying kites, unlike this group of children who were playing kite fighting. It was enough to show the bravery that flowed in Bei Meng's bones. The kites in the children's hands were long and thin boards. They were tied from the back into tiles. The drawings were simple and crude. The strings were not tied to the tails, but to the strings. They were released into the air by running and the strong wind. They buzzed and dashed left and right, colliding with other kites. If they were entangled, they would cut each other's strings. The loser could only watch as the kites fell far away and then scampered to pick them up. Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the kite, fighting in the sky. He was lost in thought. A few kites had already fallen from their strings. A child cried out and ran to look for them. Unfortunately, the kite was hanging high on a branch. He cried his heart out under the tree. Half an hour later, it was time to eat. Amidst the shouting of their parents, the children gradually dispersed. The winners of the kite fighting were like generals returning victorious from the battlefield. The losers were disheartened and wanted to go back and steal some more strings from their parents. In the twilight, Su Fengnian stared blankly at a large open space. Then, a burst of light footsteps broke the silence. In the distance, a short and thin figure was bouncing over, carrying a slightly damaged kite in his hand. About 7 or 8 feet away from the stairs, the slovenly child stopped. It turned out to be a little charcoal girl about 4 or 5 years old. Her little face was dirty. Other than the kite, there were also some withered leaves picked up from somewhere. She was most likely a child beggar. She stared at the obstacles sitting on the stairs and revealed a fleeting sense of wariness. However, she quickly recovered her cheerful and bouncing posture. She stepped past Su Fengnian onto the stairs and was about to enter the ancient temple. Su Fengnian smiled. He might be sitting in front of her door, so it was no wonder that she was a little unhappy. At this moment, 4 or 5 children ran over from the distance. The leader was about 8 or 9 years old, holding the hand of a child who had previously lost a kite fighting in the open space. When they saw the little charcoal behind Su Fengnian, they immediately began to make a racket. The child behind Su Fengnian was already vigilant enough. He almost immediately threw the kite into the courtyard. Unfortunately, it still fell into the eyes of the group of children. The few children rushed up the stairs, and the oldest one punched the little girl's shoulder. He coldly snorted and threatened, "Thief, scram and pick up my little brother's kite, then kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll tear down your lousy home." The girl who was punched fiercely staggered and almost fell. She stuck out her chest and sneered, "Who's a thief? Your whole family are thieves." The kite landed on a tree. I climbed up to retrieve it, but I didn't see any of your names written on it. The much older boy slapped her, and the little girl tilted her head to dodge. She lifted her leg and kicked the boy's crotch, causing him to immediately roll on the ground. How could this be allowed? The rest of the children who had formed their own cliques began to surround and beat up this girl, who had always been very annoying. In the end, after a round of entanglement, they were all beaten quite badly by her. Every one of them had a bloody nose and a swollen face, and there was even one whose wrist was bitten to the point of bleeding by her teeth. Of course, the little girl, who was as thin as a matchstick, was even worse off. She suffered countless punches and kicks all over her body, but in the end, she still stood proudly at the entrance of the lousy temple. She didn't run away, nor did she cry. She didn't seem to care at all. In the end, those children were not as fearless as her. They cursed her as bastards and beggars as they resentfully left, not forgetting to leave behind all sorts of harsh words. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the little girl. After everyone had left, her tender face twitched in pain. Blood seeped out from the corner of her mouth. She then opened her mouth with all her might, stretched out 2 fingers, and pulled out a shaky front tooth. She carefully held it in her palm. She glanced at the surprised Su Fengnian and rolled her eyes. She patted her, but turned around and jumped over the threshold with her feet together. Su Fengnian laughed involuntarily. Su Fengnian stood up and continued his search in Huxiao City. He looked for any child that could vaguely recognize the woman's face. It could be someone that looked like her eyes, her nose, or her lips. It didn't matter what it was, as long as there was even the slightest resemblance. In the dead of night, Su Fengnian found nothing. He stood at the top of Huxiao City and sighed. He prepared to head to the last city, Stone Tablet City. For some reason, the image of little Charcoal's face with its front tooth pulled out appeared in his mind. Su Fengnian couldn't help but smile. He asked himself, should I go and take another look at her? The gloomy temple, the house with the broken window bars, the narrow wooden bed, the crooked wooden stool, and the small pot on top of it. If you included the small bag of food hidden under the ground, that would be all she had. However, she was still very happy to be alone. Her dinner was a small pot of vegetable stew that she had picked up from the market during the day. She felt that it was very sumptuous. She sat cross-legged on the wooden bed furthest from the window. She raised her head and stared at the starry sky. There was a patched-up cotton doll beside her leg. This was her only companion in the world that she could talk to. She suddenly sniffed and jumped off the bed. With a creak, she pushed open the door. She stood there and narrowed her eyes. She saw a strange scene in the courtyard. The guy who had been sitting on the steps in the evening was now squatting in the courtyard and roasting meat. She didn't go forward. She just stood at the door and looked at the guy. Su Fengnian had set up a fire and was roasting a chicken. Although he didn't have any seasoning, the chicken was still golden and shiny. The oil was enough to whet one's appetite. The little girl swallowed her saliva. However, she gritted her teeth and didn't move. She waited until the guy tore off a drumstick and stuffed it into his mouth. She still resisted. Chapter 2036. Even after the guy had eaten half of the roasted chicken, she was still in a dilemma. When she saw that the guy was about to move on to the last fat chicken leg, she slowly walked to the side of the fire and stretched out a hand. Her meaning was clear. I want to eat the chicken leg. You give it to me. Su Fengnian ignored her and took a bite of the chicken leg, oil dripping from his mouth. Little Charcoal took a step forward and stretched out his hand again. Su Fengnian looked at her from the corner of his eyes, biting the chicken leg bite by bite. The girl's eyes turned, revealing a sense of craftiness as she said, "This is my home." Su Fengnian mumbled, "I'm just borrowing a place. I'll leave after I finish eating." The girl angrily said, "Give me the chicken leg." The girl hurriedly added, "There's only half left." Su Fengnian glanced at her. "Shouldn't you add the word please when you're asking for help?" He originally wanted to add, "Didn't your parents teach you that?" But after thinking about it, he decided against it. It was too hurtful to say such things to an orphan. The tanned and skinny little girl fiercely spat at the fire, then walked back to the steps and sat down. Su Fengnian threw away the chicken bone and casually wiped his greasy fingers. He stared at her, not forgetting to add insult to injury with a burp. The stubborn little girl sulked as the cool breeze blew. Although her hair was dirty and stiff, her sparse fringe was still blown by the breeze, revealing her high forehead. Compared to her dirty face, it was especially fair and bright. In the end, the little girl was the first to admit defeat and return to the house to sleep. Su Fengnian sat in the courtyard like an old monk in meditation, resting with his eyes closed. During this time, she stepped on a small wooden stool several times to secretly peek through the windowless window. Only late at night did she tiptoe back to her little bed. At dawn, the little girl gently pushed open the door. In the end, she saw that annoying guy still in her house. She didn't dare to chase him away and simply pretended that he didn't exist. Out of sight, out of mind, she carried the broken kite and climbed up an old tree, then jumped onto the roof. She raised the kite high above her head and ran around like a tireless little wild cat. Su Fengnian stood up and stretched. He raised his head and saw that little charcoal was looking down at him. Her cold eyes were filled with a sense of scrutiny that didn't match her young age. Su Fengnian amiably asked, "Your parents are gone?" The child was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and angrily said, "Your parents, Su Fengnian. The early bird gets the worm, otherwise." The little black girl sneered. "Why do you care?" No. Su Fengnian laughed. "If you don't beg for a living, are you going to steal or rob?" The little girl sneered. "What do you know?" Su Fengnian didn't say anything. The child on the roof, who struggled to survive in the lower levels of the city, was clearly very good at reading people's expressions. This was a kind of sharp intuition that was close to instinct. She could fight with those children who were a few years older than her, because once she showed weakness, it meant that she would forever be bullied by them. Last year, her cotton doll was stolen by them when she wasn't home. Her little pot was also hidden by them, and they often threw stones through the window. However, she clearly didn't dare to really anger the adult man in the courtyard. Her habit of knowing when to advance and when to retreat might be an innate talent, but it was also forced out bit by her lonely and helpless situation. She was willing to steal things and pick up vegetables, but she just didn't want to be a little beggar on the street. She didn't know why. This year, she could go to the streams and rivers outside the city, which were not higher than her knees. She tried to use wood to catch fish, or used a broken dustpan to catch birds in the wild. She felt that when she grew up, she would be able to do more things. Anyway, she could live a good life by herself. She could wait until she grew taller, and then she would do that big thing. Su Fengnian saw the naughty little girl suddenly sit on the edge of the roof. She put down the kite, swung her legs, and looked to the south. Su Fengnian flew to the roof and sat down. After half an hour, she suddenly woke up. She turned her head and asked with a puzzled face, "Hey, why did you climb up the tree?" Su Fengnian was silent. She moved her, but as if she wanted to get farther away from him. But in fact, she gently lifted up 2 broken tiles with her right hand and held a small wooden knife tightly. However, she didn't let Su Fengnian see it. Su Fengnian was still looking into the distance. He asked with a smile, "Why did you hide a small wooden knife on the roof? Don't tell me you want to kill me?" Her face suddenly changed. She suddenly stood up and faced Su Fengnian, holding the knife with both hands. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said self-mockingly, "Whether you believe it or not, I'm not a bad person. Well, to be precise, I might be a bad person, but I definitely won't have any bad intentions towards you. You can count it yourself. Is there anything valuable that I want? Is it a wooden knife? Is it a small broken pot? Or this broken house?" She seemed to smile innocently. She said, that's right, and waved the wooden knife a few times. However, Su Fengnian didn't need to look. He could clearly feel that her body was still tense. Su Fengnian was a bit puzzled. Had this child been bullied badly by those homeless people over the years? Otherwise, how could she be so sophisticated? She giggled and sat down again. She took out a blunt knife from under the tiles. She took the initiative to wave it at Su Fengnian, as if showing off that she had a knife. She saw that Su Fengnian didn't turn his head. She relaxed a bit and began to sharpen the knife. The small wooden knife was still a half-finished product. She had to continue refining the knife. Su Fengnian found that this little girl's expression would be quite meticulous when she was focused on something. Su Fengnian couldn't help but smile. He remembered his childhood. Was there a time when he was like her? He chatted with her, asking and answering questions. She didn't speak most of the time. "What's your name?" There was no response. "Do you have friends?" Of course. It was the cotton doll that they depended on each other for survival. "How old are you? Why are you asking this? Did you make this small wooden knife yourself?" She rolled her eyes. She was very dissatisfied with his obvious question. "Your wooden knife is too different. It's straighter than the Mang knife, narrower than the cold knife, and slimmer than the famous southern tangs. How to ping say, hey, why are you nagging like a woman?" Su Fengnian was silent. However, for the first time, she took the initiative to ask, "What kind of knife is southern tangs? How to ping say?" Su Fengnian smiled and patiently explained, "It's a kind of saber that looks like a large battle formation saber. It used to be very popular in the southern Tang royal family, and several famous sabers in the world were used as references." The little black girl curled her lips, her face full of disdain. Su Fengnian curiously asked, "With your skills, it's enough to deal with those children yesterday. Do you still need a wooden knife to defend yourself?" The little girl hid the blade and placed the wooden knife on her lap. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She couldn't bear to put it down. She hummed and said, "It's my birthday. This is a gift for myself." Su Fengnian joked, "Little girl, you don't treat yourself badly." The little girl was furious. She turned her head and angrily glared at Su Fengnian. She bared her teeth and said, "What little girl?" IP standing up. Su Fengnian face-bombed, speechless. The little girl suddenly said, "Right, don't blame me for not reminding you. My father is the most powerful master and hero in the world. He kills people without blinking. If you dare to provoke me, I'll let him beat you to death. I don't think you're a bad person, so I'm telling you, this is a secret." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Is your father really that powerful? A master? How high is he?" The little black girl's face was filled with pride. She clicked her tongue and said, 10 stories high? No, it's 100 stories high. Are you afraid?" Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment. He then laughed and said, "I don't believe it. If your father is such a powerful master, would you still be here and not even be able to eat a chicken drumstick?" She was silent for a moment. She then squeezed out word by word from the gaps of her teeth. "No, you are talking about my father." Su Fengnian turned his head and looked at the extremely serious and tender face. He was absent-minded for a moment. She was going tit for tat with him. Su Fengnian smiled and admitted defeat. He stood up and walked to her side. He wanted to pat her little head, but she avoided him. Su Fengnian said gently, "Little girl, I'm leaving. I'm going to Stone Tablet City to find a child around your age. She will definitely be as pretty as her mother." She waved her hand like an old woman and said with a smile, "Go, go. We'll meet again, if fate allows. Remember, don't be so petty the next time we meet. Otherwise, if you're so petty, you might not be able to find a wife." Su Fengnian was afraid of scaring the little girl, so he didn't go straight to Stone Tablet City. Instead, he gently jumped into the courtyard and pushed open the courtyard door. He waited until he reached a dark corner in the alley before suddenly disappearing. The little girl with a dark face didn't have any melancholy emotions. When Su Fengnian left, she let out a sigh of relief. She slowly squatted down and hid the short wooden knife with her little butt. She muttered, "Draw the knife to cut the water. The water flows even more. draw the knife to chop the head. The blood flows even more. She left the kite on the roof and slipped back into the courtyard along the tree to start a new day.